Hello to all fans of Naruto Lemon. I will post all Naruto Lemon Yaoi, Yuri, or Naruto Lemon stories only on the Boosty channel because Uncle YouTube condemns this. Therefore, I invite everyone who wants Naruto Lemon content to my Boosty channel. Good luck.
お前はどこまで見えている。俺の死に様か。
Sakura leaned back against one of the 3 poles on the 3rd training field. It had been 3 years since the end of the war against Madara, or who they threw was Madara. 3 years since Naruto had gained immense power. 3 years since he had gone off to hone his new powers and fine-tune his skills. She had always loved Sasuke, always wanted to have a relationship with the mysterious young man, but after the war, she was beginning to really understand what it meant to have puppy love. Sakura could look back and see how what she felt for Sasuke was merely a child's crush. Sakura had seen her true feelings for her ex-teammate during the war when she was hurt because of Sasuke and Naruto came to her rescue after just finishing his fight with the resurrected hosts and the fake Madara. She saw how worn he was, but he saved her life and pushed on until Sasuke disappeared, severely wounded. She had fought to stay awake, losing consciousness as Sasuke faded, and the last thing she remembered was Naruto running back to her, pushing through the medical staff and the others who were standing around her worried. She leaned her head forward onto her upraised knees. She had just been working on several new techniques she has been developing for the last 2 years. Sakura was the only one of Team 7 left in the village. She didn't mind all that much being as she was now the head of the hospital, directly under Tsunade herself. She wasn't just a ninja, she wasn't just an apprentice, she was now one of the most important people in the entire village. She gave a small smile thinking about what Naruto would say when he came back and found out everyone had moved on to Jonin level and was succeeding in each aspect of the title. He always hated falling behind, but the truth was that he was far beyond all of his friends. You really should sleep in a house. Sakura jumped to her feet ready for anything until she heard chuckling. Her surroundings finally sunk in. Her eyes settled on a tall blonde laughing at her. Her eyes went wide and she moved as fast as she could, wrapping her arms around his neck. Naruto. She called as she collided with him. He was stunned, didn't know what to do as she pulled him into a tight hug. Sakura-chan, you okay? He asked, confused. She pulled back, realizing what exactly she was doing. Yeah, I haven't seen you for the last 3 years. He grinned and started to chuckle again. Where have you been? No one's even heard a single thing from you since you left. She stood back, putting her hands on her hips and giving him a small glare. I had a lot of training to do. Sakura rolled her eyes and shook her head. You could have still gotten some sort of word back to us. We didn't know where you were, if you were okay. She trailed off, remembering the many nights she spent looking out her window, wondering where he was and if he was safe. Naruto looked at her and she saw him reacting to her anger with a soft, sorrow-filled look rather than his usual ramblings and excuses. He had changed since 3 years ago when he left as some obnoxious teen. He seemed calmer, more adult. I guess I just got carried away with my training. I'm sorry. Sakura looked at him, speechless. This was not the Naruto she knew from a few years ago. Wow, it sounds like you've grown up while you were away, Naruto. She gave a small smile as he gave his famous lopsided grin. So is this just for now, or have you really grown up? Being away from everyone for 3 years can change a few things. His grin dropped and he looked down at her. She realized just how tall he had gotten. The two stood looking at each other before Naruto looked off to the side. So you live out here now? She smiled and shook her head. No. I was just working on a new jutsu I've been developing. Trying to get it just right. She looked at him. What are you doing here if you just got back? You should be talking to Lady Tsunade. I just finished talking to her. Figured I'd go for a little walk before I went back to my place. She just gave a nod. Want me to walk you home? She gave a small smile and nodded. Sure. Let me grab my bag. She turned, grabbing her bag that was sitting on the ground next to the post. As she pulled it up to put the strap on her shoulder, Naruto reached out, taking it from her. I can carry my own bag. I know you can, was all he said as they turned and started towards her house. Sakura glanced at him from the corner of her eyes and could feel the blush coming to her cheeks. She didn't understand it. She hadn't seen him for 3 years, he comes back and she feels like a schoolgirl. Does anyone else know you're back? She asked, trying to keep her mind from thinking about him too much. No. Came in, talked to Granny and then went to the training field. She nodded. So you're making your own jutsus now? Yeah, actually. I've been working on a few different ones. She looked at him and saw him waiting for more information. I made a few for healing. Figured I need to have some jutsus that will help me heal faster. Can't have the head of the hospital falling behind. She looked over, waiting for his reaction. Naruto stopped and looked at her, confused. Head of the hospital? He asked. Sakura nodded and couldn't help the smile tugging at her lips as she turned to face him. Everyone made it to Jonin, and since I passed to Jonin, Lady Tsunade put me in charge of the hospital so she doesn't have to deal with it so often. Naruto chuckled, she probably just wanted to get out of work. Like you're one to talk. She shot back with a smile, seeing his grin grow even more. The two started walking again, talking softly. So what are you going to do? You going to try to at least get your chunin? I don't know. I guess it depends on what Granny has planned for me. You going to tell anyone else you're home? I don't know, it's kind of nice not having the others crowded around for the first night. He smirked, seeing her nod. Maybe the first day too. He laughed. Sometimes I wish I could do that. Ino's gossiping and prying into everyone's lives. You're going to need a few days in hiding after she finds out you're back. I might just have to take your advice on that. The two stopped in front of her house. Thanks for walking me home. Naruto nodded and handed Sakura her bag. If you are still invisible tomorrow, maybe we can catch up. Naruto paused, looking at her. Yeah, sure. He was confused. The Sakura standing in front of him was much different from the one he had left behind when he left for his training. She gave him a small smile before turning and walking towards her house, stopping at the door to look at him again. Make sure you stay hidden or you're not going to have any peace the entire time Lady Tsunade gave you off. He only nodded as she turned and continued into her house. Naruto took a breath. He had always had feelings for Sakura, but after this last training trip, he had begun to even dream about her, more than his childish ones he used to have. These ones were always very detailed and very real. When he woke up breathing heavy in the middle of the night, coming home to see her brought all the feeling he was finally able to suppress back to the surface. They were swirling as she hugged him and talked to him. It was different than it used to be. She used to talk to him as a child, as if she was smarter and higher than him, but tonight she seemed to talk to him on the same level. He shook his head before turning and heading back to his own place, trying to push everything back down. They were friends, just like always. He had tried and failed for so many years to take their friendship farther. There was nothing that was going to change that. Sighing, he pushed the thoughts from his mind. Getting to his apartment, he unlocked the door, turned the lights on and looked around. It had been 3 years since he had stood in this apartment, 3 years since he had seen his friends and his village. He sighed, knowing he was going to need to do a lot of cleaning the next day. Pulling off his jacket and pouches, he made his way to his bedroom to get some much-needed sleep. Naruto was walking out of the bathroom with only his black pants on as someone started knocking. Walking out of his bedroom, he answered the door and saw Sakura standing in front of him. Her green eyes scanned him, up and down. She knew he was built well from watching him train with Kakashi, but she didn't imagine that another 3.5 years would create a body so perfectly toned. She pulls her eyes away from his chest muscles and looked up at him, thankful that he was still too dense to realize. He moved to the side, letting her into his apartment. Make yourself at home. I'll be right out. He turned and started towards his bedroom to finish getting dressed. Sakura looked around, seeing the dust everywhere, clothes still flung all over the living room, and trash over the table. Shaking her head, she smiled. He was the same old Naruto. Seeing him come back into the room now with an orange shirt on and his hair messed up perfectly, the way he always wore the wild blonde locks. "How can you live like this?" she asked, looking at him. He stopped and looked at her. "What?" She pointed around at the mess. "Well, that was all before I left. I never was one to keep my place clean." He chuckled, looking around the living room before settling his blue eyes back on her as she rolled her eyes and shook her head. "Well, before we do anything, I think we need to get your place at least livable." She looked at him as he furrowed his brow in confusion. "It is livable," he defended. She rolled her eyes again before starting towards the kitchen to find the trash can and extra bags. Walking back, she handed him a bag. "You start in here." Before he could protest, she turned back to the kitchen and started cleaning out the fridge. Naruto walked into the kitchen after an hour to see Sakura working on the counters covered with rotten food in ramen cups. She looked over and saw him as he shifted to lean against the counter beside her. "Why are you so interested in my place being clean?" he wondered aloud. She glanced away from her work for a moment. "Because if you keep living in this stuff you're going to wind up sick, Naruto." He smirked at the thought of her worrying about him. "Besides, if someone doesn't stop you from piling all this stuff up, we won't be able to find you before long." She laughed. Naruto couldn't help the smile that flashed across his face at the sound of her laughter. He never realized how much he missed while he was away training for these past 3 years. Hearing it again, coupled with her beauty that had only grown more in his absence, made every feeling he had ever had for her soar. She stopped her collecting cartons, turned and looked at him. They slowly stopped laughing, as their eyes locked. He didn't want anything to happen that may cause her to hate him. He took a breath and looked away, breaking the trance they were in. "The place is looking a lot better. Thanks for helping." He looked back at her to see her look around the room and nod. "Someone needs to get you straight." She looked back at him. "Things are almost done." "That did you want to do when we're finished?" "I'm the one who's supposed to be invisible." "What do you want to do?" She sighed, thinking. "Well, if you go anywhere in the village everyone will recognize you. So you probably won't be able to go out." She looked up at him. "We can finish here and then I'll go grab some food and stuff. We can catch up a bit." He nodded and saw her smile. "That sounds good to me." "Okay. Finish here while I get what we need." Naruto nodded as she turned, pulling her shoes on to leave to get things for the night. An hour and a half later, Sakura was back with several bags. He quickly took them from her and started towards the kitchen with her following him. "This place really looks good." She smiled, seeing him look around and nod. He put the bags on the counter. "Here, let me help." She pushed him out of the way and started putting things away. Naruto turned to put away the milk only to bump into Sakura. She looked up at him and their eyes locked. As soon as she looked her green eyes with his blue ones, she couldn't look away. She was grateful that he had the control to look away, but something in her was disappointed when he did. She had seen something different since he came back, something that she had only seen a glimpse of occasionally before his training trip. Naruto knew he should pull back or at least look away, but he just couldn't bring himself to it. He didn't want to. Slowly he moved closer. He paused, looking down into her green eyes, watching as Sakura's eyes flicked to his lips and back to his eyes before she attentively moved closer. Their lips touched gently at first. Pulling back, they looked into each other's eyes once again before Naruto pressed his lips to hers with more force. Before either of them realized what was going on, Sakura was against the fridge. Naruto put the milk on the counter before he wrapped his arms around her, feeling her arms snake up his chest to rest around his neck to pull him closer to her. He pulled back and looked at her, both out of breath. His eyes cleared and he quickly stepped back, looking a bit frightened. "Sakura. I'm dash dot." She cut him off. "Naruto, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have." She trailed off and looked away. I'll go." She turned and started towards the door. Naruto's hand shot out, grabbing her arm and spinning her around. Sakura. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. You don't have to go, I promise it won't happen again. Just don't leave. Sakura was confused as to why he would be begging her not to leave and promising he wouldn't kiss her again. She shook her head. Slowly his hand slipped from her arm and he dropped his eyes to the ground. I really am sorry, he whispered. Sakura realized what he thought and reached out, gently resting her hand on his chest as she moved closer. Naruto, she whispered, making him look at her. Sakura, I know you love Sasuke. I'm not going to make you choose, and I don't want to risk our friendship, or our team. I'm not worth that. He shook his head. I'm not worth throwing everything out. He was cut off as Sakura pulled herself onto her tiptoes and kissed him. Pulling back, she looked up at his stunned face. He opened his mouth to speak, but she shook her head. Shut up and just kiss me, Naruto, she told him. He only paused for a moment before he leaned down, pressing his lips to hers firmly. He pulled back to look at her with a curious look. Sakura-chan, you have never asked me to choose between you and Sasuke. You've always been there for me no matter what it did to you, and I know that no matter what happens that will never change. She glanced down at her hands on his chest before locking back with his eyes. I never realized how much I missed you, or needed you around, until you left 3 years ago. Now, seeing you back here, after so long and a little growing up, she gave him a smile and he couldn't help but grin at her. Something just clicked. You'll be an outcast and dash. Naruto. She shook her head. The village is still grateful for saving them from pain, and there would be no way any of us would still be here if it weren't for you. It's not like when we were kids. He still wasn't completely sure. I've always felt something between us, but I refused to look at it because I was sure we could bring Sasuke back. I regret not seeing you, for you. I really do. You don't need to regret anything. No, I do. I do regret not giving you a chance because I was too stupid to look away from that snake. Naruto was surprised at the anger in her voice when she was talking about Sasuke. He looked at her a minute before he leaned down and kissed her. Pulling back, she saw a bright smile plastered to his face. And if you ever say that you're not worth it again, I'll make sure you hurt for a very long time. Got it? He couldn't help the lopsided grin. You'll make me pay. Got it. He nodded, making her smile. Maybe getting things through your think skull isn't so hard after all. She laughed, making him chuckle. Come on, we need to finish putting your stuff away, she told him, turning out of his arms to finish putting the groceries away. Naruto watched her move about the kitchen for a few minutes. He couldn't believe what had just happened. It was strange. He comes home after being away for 3 years and only back a day, and Sakura was spilling her feelings and wanting to take a chance on him. He couldn't believe that it really happened. He couldn't help but give a silent prayer that this was not a dream. Once she was finished, she turned and looked at him with a little smirk. What? He asked, slightly worried. You seem like you're thinking really hard on something. She shrugged. Want to talk about it? He looked down for a minute, collecting his thoughts before speaking, for once. Sakura knew that this must be important. Naruto? Sakura-chan, this isn't something that's spare the moment because Sasuke's not here. Is it? She shook her head. No. He looked at her as if trying to discern if she was lying or not. We've been teammates for 9 years? And we've known each other longer than that. Sure, we weren't like he have been since the Chunin exams, but you know I wouldn't do that. I've liked you for so long, and then all of a sudden you have feelings for me after I come back. I just don't want this to be a dream. Sakura could sympathize with his feelings. She didn't understand it either, but she knew that when he came back and they were talking, or their eyes caught each other's, there was a feeling that she had never before felt with anyone, even when she was around Sasuke. Especially after the war when he tried to attack the hospital base. She and Naruto's clone were able to fight him off before the real Naruto and B were able to win their battle, effectively sending the enemy into hiding. Sakura walked closer, stopping directly in front of him. This is not a dream, and this isn't just some little thing. You don't have to worry. I'm sorry, I'm just. He trailed off and she smiled up at him and nodded. I would be too. She looked away a moment before locking her eyes with his. After you walked me home yesterday, I couldn't go to sleep. I couldn't stop thinking about what we would do when I came over today. I've been worried about you getting into trouble since you left, and no matter what, I couldn't stop thinking about you when you were gone. Seeing you last night and today has just settled my mind. Really? Yeah. She took another step closer to him. Now standing up against him, she ran her hands up his chest, settling one on his shoulder and the other stopped over his speeding heart. I have never felt what I do when you're around. And no other guy has made me feel so much just by being around me. Naruto smiled at her, happy that she was sharing everything with him. That she was explaining why it was all so sudden. He leaned down, kissing her again, this time very gently before pulling back. So you want to take a chance with me? You're so dense sometimes. She laughed before pushing up on her tiptoes to place a kiss on his cheek as she whispered in his ear. Anytime you're ready. She relaxed back to flatten her feet and smiled at the conflicted look on his face. Why don't we spend tonight just relaxing and catching up? Okay, he nodded. She pulled away and walked into the living room, making him follow to sit on the couch and begin talking about the last 3 years. After a few hours of talking, the two were cuddled together, talking softly. A few more hours and they were both passed out on the couch together. Sakura was first to open her eyes and she took a deep breath with a smile, realizing she and Naruto had fallen asleep on his couch, both cuddled in the other's arms. With a soft sigh, she pulled her head off his chest to look at him. His head was back, resting on the back of the couch as he slept. He seemed more peaceful than she had seen him all the other times. After a minute, his eyes slowly opened and he rolled his head to look at her. He looked a little worried as he looked at Sakura, realizing how they were situated and waiting for Sakura to get upset. She looked at him, wondering why he looked so worried before she realized he was waiting for her reaction to how they had fallen asleep. Naruto, relax. She pulled away from him and looked at him as he sat up. I got stuff for breakfast when I went shopping yesterday. Why don't we make some breakfast? She offered. Seeing him nod, she stood and started towards the kitchen with him following a moment later. Naruto stopped and watched Sakura move about the kitchen to start cooking. He wasn't sure if Sakura was completely over Sasuke and with him, but he knew that no matter what he could get used to watching her walk around his place like she lived there. She glanced up after pulling eggs from the fridge and saw him watching her work. She turned and looked at him, waiting for an answer to her silent question. I was just thinking. He shrugged. Want to talk about it? She asked him, slightly curious about what he was thinking. You really want to? He trailed off, looking at her, a little worried to even speak about it in case it would ruin everything. Sakura walked closer to him with a small smile. She nodded, yes. She reached out, resting her hands on his chest. I know it's sudden and that it's sudden that I am forgetting about Sasuke, but everything I've felt with you is nothing like I've ever felt with any guy before. I think you being gone for 3 years made me really miss you. I really was able to figure some things out while you were gone. You did? Yeah, I wondered where you were and if you were okay every day. I helped Tsunade in the office and hoped that we would hear you were okay and coming home soon. I prayed that we would not hear something had happened to you. And after a while I realized why I was so worried, because you had snuck yourself into my heart with your caring and protecting and your stupidness. She smiled at the end, looking up at him. Naruto couldn't help but smile at her before he wound his arms around her waist, pulling her a bit closer. You really have feelings for me? She gave him a small smile as her green eyes locked with his bright blue ones. Yes. I have very strong feelings for you. I guess you could say. I love you. She felt his heart speed up under her hand and she moved a bit closer. I love you. she whispered seconds before he pressed his lips to hers, pulling her tight to him. He pulled back and looked down at her. "I've been waiting so long. You sure you're not just trying to dash?" He was cut off as she kissed him again. "Stop complaining and accept the fact that you finally won." She giggled, seeing his silly, lopsided grin plastered on his face. "Now, help me with breakfast." She turned out of his arms and went back to the eggs. "You're not going to be able to make that," he told her. "Why not?" "There's nothing to cook them in." "How do you cook?" she asked, confused. A smirk tugged at his lips. "Ramen," was all he said, and she rolled her eyes. "Fine. As soon as you're not hiding anymore, we are getting you some things." She smiled as he chuckled. She turned, putting the eggs away before finding something they could eat without cooking. 2 hours later, Sakura was helping to put the now clean dishes away. "I need to go home before my mom starts turning the village upside down looking for me." He nodded, understanding how her mother was. "I'll go home and tell her I'm fine, change, and I'll come back tonight with some stuff to cook with until you get your own." "What are you going to tell her about where you were last night and where you're going tonight?" He saw her look at him with a sly smile. "Right now I think I'll just tell her that I was out training and then had breakfast with a friend. Tonight I'm going out." That's all she needs to know until you decide to come back to the village. Naruto saw her smile at him as she again moved closer to him. "Think you can last a little while without me?" She laughed, making him grin. Their relationship was brand new, but they felt like they had been together for years. "I can manage for a few minutes." She rolled her eyes and shook her head. "I won't be too long." She stepped closer, kissing his cheek before grabbing her shoes and leaving to talk to her mother. She walked into her house and found her mother sitting on the couch looking terrified. She jumped to her feet and ran over to Sakura, hugging her tight. "Sakura Haruno. Where in God's name have you been?" "I was out training late last night and then a friend stopped me to have breakfast this morning. I'm sorry I didn't call and let you know." Her mother stepped back and looked at her with a sigh of relief. "Just don't do it again. You had me scared to death that something happened to you." "Mom, we're in the village. Nothing will happen to me." She shook her head. "Someone could sneak in. If anything, the last several times that ninja have snuck in and done massive damage proves my point. Orochimaru is dead and has been for years. Pain is gone, and after the war there's no way anyone would try to sneak in and hurt anyone. All the great nations are working together and no one would risk coming into Naruto's home." Sakura said, and saw her mother shake her head. "That's not going to stop the ones who want to see just how strong he is. He is only a child, he cannot fight against everyone even if he is a demon." Sakura paused for a minute before she locked her eyes on her mother's. "Naruto is not a demon. I would have thought that after he saved the village and the world you would be able to see how kind and caring he is." Her mother sighed and shook her head. "Sakura, we've been over this before. He only did that because we are the only ones who will suffer him in our village. That, and for some reason the Hokage sees him as a great ninja." She rolled her eyes. "One of these days she will find out that he can't be changed. He'll always be the little troublemaker. You don't know him. You only know what you saw when we were kids, and even then he just wanted someone to see him. You saw how hard he worked to save everyone when pain attacked, and you heard what he did for everyone during the war. He nearly killed himself trying to help everyone. That doesn't mean anything. That Sasuke would have done a much better job and not have had you come home half dead. Naruto had clones at every battlefield fighting full force to save everyone. He was fighting all the tail beast and the fake Madara at the same time. He won every battle and saved everyone. There were no deaths after he showed up. Just so you know, Sasuke is the one who attacked the medical camp." "What?" "We didn't want word to be spread. Sasuke is Kakashi-sensei, my and Naruto's problem to take care of. Naruto is the reason I am still alive after Sasuke's attack." Her mother just looked at her. "I'm grabbing some things and I'm going to be staying with a friend for the night." She turned and ran up the stairs to her bedroom. Quickly grabbing her things, she went back down the stairs and out the door, not even looking at her mother. She stopped at Naruto's apartment and knocked. He opened the door. The look on her face caused his smile to fall as he let her in. "Sakura-chan, what's wrong?" "My mother is insufferable," she said, walking over to put her things down on the floor by the coffee table before turning to look at him. "She thinks that she can control everything in the entire village." Naruto watched, wondering what had happened. What happened? He wondered as she locked eyes with him. "She thinks she knows about everything." Sakura sighed and shook her head. "It's nothing. She'll come around sooner or later that she can't make everyone in the village do everything she wants." "You sure?" he asked, worried that something happened because of him somehow. "Yeah, she's always like this when I don't follow what she wants." She shook her head and plopped onto his couch heavily, making him walk over and take a seat next to her. He just waited for her to speak, not wanting to push her to talk. He was really growing up. Sakura gave him a small smile, realizing just how far Naruto had come from the annoying little prankster. She continued, taking a deep breath. She started talking about how people can still come into the village. She started saying that you're the reason for that and you can't stop them all the time. She even had the nerve to tell me I should get with Sasuke. Naruto watched as Sakura's face scrunched in disgust. He knew, after the war she had nothing but horrible feelings towards their old teammate. She had fought him off for hours, with Naruto helping to hold the man at bay while the others got the wounded out of harm's way. She saw what he was willing to do to the wounded and what he almost did to a straggling young ninja. Naruto jumped in the way, taking most of the hit while pushing Sasuke back to allow Sakura time to get the young ninja out of the way. She sighed and shook her head before turning her green eyes up at him. "I told her what Sasuke did. I told her that you kept me safe and that if it weren't for you the village would be completely destroyed and I would have been killed by Sasuke during the war." Sakura dash. She cut him off, shaking her head. "She'll think about what I told her and she'll see how great you are." She gave a small smile, making him smirk. "Don't worry about anything. She will come around eventually." She leaned over closer to him and they relaxed back into the couch together, just letting the stress of the day and the events float away. The two were woken up by pounding on the front door. Naruto jumped and went to answer it, leaving Sakura by the couch, both ready for anything. He opened the door to see Tsunade. "Granny," he said as she just walked in. "Sakura." Tsunade trailed off before looking back at Naruto, who shut the door before turning towards them, rubbing his neck. "Are you dash? We were just catching up." Sakura cut in. "What's wrong?" Naruto looked at her, appreciative she was able to cut in and avoid what they hadn't completely figured out themselves, let alone others finding out. Tsunade turned to Naruto again. "Can you get a hold of anyone you know from your last trip? We had a tip that Sasuke is on the move towards here with a small group while 2 of his old members are working on building up an army. We need everything we can get." Naruto looked at her a minute before his face shifted into a serious look neither woman had seen on his face before. "I have a few I can try to see if they have any word on what's going on." He nodded, performing his summoning jutsu. A small toad stood in front of him with a cape around his shoulders, looking up at him. "I need you to stop in at our places and see if they've heard anything about Sasuke or the army he's raising." "You can't be serious," the toad said, looking at Naruto, who just gave a small nod. "After all this time and the horrible loss they suffered during the war, they are still going to try to attack?" "It seems so," Tsunade said, making the toad turn and look at him. "We have reports of movements and we just want them confirmed and any information we can get so we can prepare." The toad nodded before disappearing with a pop and poof of smoke. "Do you really think they are going to risk another massacre? I mean, it's not like Naruto's out training still, they have to know he's here." Sakura said, making both look at her. "I'm sure they have their sources, but why would they wait this long to do anything?" Tsunade asked aloud, trying to think of a reason. "Because they weren't able to do anything before now." The two women looked at him, wondering what he was talking about. "Sasuke and I caught up to each other a few months ago. They had been looking for me and weren't supposed to fight until they had everything set. They just wanted to keep tabs on me. The one guy started to fight and then Sasuke had to jump in. We fought for a while and nearly killed each other. His team pulled him out but left me there. I was able to heal and get back on my feet, but Sasuke was really messed up. It would have taken him a while to recover and then be able to gather the army. Tsunade finished, making Naruto nod. They just let you live? Basically, they thought I had taken off. I was able to get away, but just barely enough to make them think that. Let me know when you get reports back. Naruto only nodded as Tsunade left. He kept his eyes down, not meeting Sakura's as she gazed at him. Naruto, she said softly as she walked over and made him look at her. Why didn't you say anything about running into Sasuke? He locked his blue eyes with her green ones. Because I thought there might be a small chance that you still loved him. I thought that if you didn't know, maybe you wouldn't have to deal with the fact we can't get him back. The fact that I failed you and can't finish my promise to you. At least I thought you would be able to have hope for a little while longer. He explained and watched her shake her head. You know what he put me through, what he put us through during the war. How he fought against us as if we were just more strangers to kill. And I told you that I don't love him anymore. Why didn't you tell me about this after I told you that I don't love him anymore? Because, Sakura-chan. He trailed off, looking away. I know you still feel something for him, and I didn't want it to hurt you that there is really no chance at all of him coming back to us. She gave a small smile as she took another step closer to him and gently touched his cheek, making him lock eyes with her once again. Naruto, I told you I don't love him. What he did during the war was unforgivable, and hearing what he did to you. Naruto, you listen to me. She narrowed her eyes a bit to get her point across. I have nothing but disdain for Sasuke. He used to be our friend, but that was a different Sasuke. This one is our enemy. I don't want our enemy anywhere near our friends, family, home. I don't want him near the man who holds my heart in his hands. What? Naruto asked, confused. I love you, Naruto. She said plainly and watched as the words sank in. I love you, and only you. She repeated seconds before he leaned down, capturing her lips. He pulled back a moment to look into her eyes as she smiled at his broad grin. You really mean it this time? She nodded and her smile grew bigger as his eyes lit up and he pulled her closer, kissing her again. Slowly he walked them backwards until her back was to the wall. Their hands refused to stay to themselves, and they felt their feelings for the other surge at the words. He pulled back a second time. I love you too. I've loved you since the first time I saw you in the streets with your mom. I love you, Sakura-chan. She grinned, reaching up to wrap her arms around his neck to tug him closer to her. She twisted and spun them around so he was now the one against the bedroom door. She smiled against his lips as she felt him give a soft growl-like sound. She felt his arms tighten around her and the floor fell away as he pulled her up for her legs to be wrapped around his waist. Their hands continued to travel, exploring and searching the other as he began walking over to his bed, laying her on his bed. Sliding the clothing off each other and tossing it to the side to be forgotten for the time being, Naruto began working his way from her mouth, along her jawline and down her neck. Within moments they were panting, twisting, turning and flipping amongst the sheets. They had never felt anything like this before. They had never had the need to be with someone as fast after admitting their feelings as they did now, in each other's arms. There was something about them that just pulled themselves to each other, and it was getting stronger and stronger until he finally entered her, making her moan in pleasure. It took most of his self-control to slow himself and keep himself in check, making sure to keep Sakura comfortable and moaning in pure pleasure, begging for more. She begged and begged, making him go faster and deeper, until they were both completely out of breath, making the other scream the other's name. Holding tight as their bodies were thrown for a loop before they floated back down to earth. Naruto lay beside Sakura, both trying to catch their breaths. Their bodies still quaking from the immense feelings that seared through them. Sakura turned her head to look at Naruto and she smiled brightly at him, making him grin before she shifted to lay her head on his chest. He wrapped his arm around her to hold her tightly to his side. He couldn't have been happier with her beside him as his girlfriend. "I love you," she whispered, making him twist a bit so he had better access to kiss her. "I have waited so long for you to say that. He kissed her, pulling back, leaving her breathless again. "You've really grown up," she told him, giving him another kiss. "Well, after everything I've been through, I need to keep up with my friends and the woman I love." He grinned, making her laugh at him before he kissed her to silence her laughter. Within moments, the kiss became heated and they were rolling around under the sheets once again. 2 days later, Naruto was walking through the village towards Sakura's house. She and her mother had made amends and were talking things through, but they had to get to the Hokage Tower and meet with Tsunade. "Naruto," he heard, making him stop and turn around, seeing Ino, Hinata and Lee run up to him. "Naruto, when did you get back?" Naruto shrugged. "Not long ago," was all he said. "Where are you going?" Ino asked. Naruto glanced at all of them. Ino wanted to know the answer to every question coming from her mouth. Lee was looking happy that Naruto was finally back, and Hinata had her head down and was playing with her fingers. "Did you check in with the Hokage yet?" He nodded. "Yeah, I have to get Sakura. Granny has something she wasn't to talk to us about." "What is it?" He shrugged her question off before glancing back down the street where Sakura's house was. "I got to go. You know how Granny gets when things aren't done as fast as she wants them to be done. I'll talk to you guys later." He turned and stated off to Sakura's house again. This time making it to the front door. Knocking, he was surprised when the door flew open and in front of him stood Sakura's mother, Akemi Haruno. "Yes?" she asked, not entirely pleasant but kinder than she had been towards him before. "The Hokage wants to meet with me and Sakura," he explained. She nodded and moved out of the way to let him into the house. He looked around, curious as to what the place looked like. It was the first time he was allowed in. "Sakura!" Akemi yelled up the stairs. A matter of minutes later, Sakura was at the top of the stairs. "You have a meeting with the Hokage." Sakura saw Naruto standing by the door looking up the stairs. "I'll be right down, Naruto." Akemi looked at Naruto as Sakura turned back towards her room to get what she needed. She was not happy about how her daughter was acting with Naruto, more and more these days since the war. "What is this meeting about?" she asked Naruto, making him look at her. "I don't know. The Hokage just told me to get Sakura and to go to her office." Akemi was going to speak and ask more when Sakura ran down the stairs. "Let's go, Naruto," she said, turning him around. "Bye Mom, I'll see you later," she called over her shoulder as she and Naruto left. "What's going on?" she asked him as they walked together towards the Hokage Tower. "I thought you were going to stay hidden for another couple days. I got word back from my toads. Granny wants us to go out and check it out," he explained, making her look at him. "That's all I know. Granny wants to talk to us." She nodded as they continued, jumped to the rows of the village and started running towards the Hokage Tower to avoid being stopped by others happy to see Naruto back in the village. They stopped, landed on the roof of the tower. They walked slowly down the stairs to the Hokage's office. Sakura knocked and they waited to hear Tsunade's voice to call them in. "You wanted to see us?" Sakura asked as she stopped beside Naruto in front of the desk. On the desk sat an old toad with a black cape, with Tsunade standing behind her chair. "We found some rumors," the toad said, making the two look at him. "We heard that they are moving, but there's not much we can get from the people you talked to on your trip, Naruto boy." "They can't get you anything?" he asked, slightly surprised as the toad shook his head. "Akemi is gathering what she can. That's the best they can do," the toad told him. "I want you two to infiltrate the area we last heard of them. I want any information you can collect without getting yourselves into anything. You two are the only ones I have who can hold their own fighting Sasuke and the others and get away alive. That doesn't mean to get yourselves into a fight with him and the others. Got it, Naruto?" Yeah. I got it, Granny, Naruto said, waving her off. Sakura looked at him and narrowed her eyes before hitting him in the arm. Ow. Sakura-chan, he whined. I'll make sure we get our information and get back in one piece, Sakura said, looking back at Tsunade. That's what I was hoping for. Take care of the brat, Tsunade told her student. She watched as the young woman turned and looked at the young man. He was still childish and stubborn at times, despite his considerable growth mentally and physically. She was surprised to see Sakura roll her eyes with a small smirk she tried to hide as Naruto just grinned. We'll get the information and be back before you know it. Tsunade just gave him a nod and the two turned and left, walking the streets back to his house to get what he needed before stopping at hers. Not too worried about them being stopped now that they met with Tsunade. Naruto, they heard, making them turn to see Kiba walking with Akamaru and Shino. When did you get back? Not long ago, was all Naruto said. Naruto, I'm going to run home and grab my things. I'll meet you at your place in 15 minutes. Sakura said, making Naruto nod before turning back to the two friends. Where you two going? Kiba asked before a sly grin crossed his face. Going on a date? He watched Naruto smirk and shake his head. No, Granny has a mission for us, Naruto explained as Kiba just looked at him. You can't be serious. You just got back from training and you have to go back out? He shook his head before a grin slid back onto his face. At least you get to go with Sakura alone. Naruto grinned, chuckling as he put his hands behind his head. I'll see you guys. I need to get my stuff before Sakura shows up and starts yelling at me for taking too long. Kiba nodded with a sympathetic smile before Naruto turned and started back to his place to gather his things and wait for Sakura. Naruto and Sakura stopped for the fourth night in a row. They were resting up for the last time before they reached the area that they would have to be the most cautious. Naruto watched Sakura help him set up a place to sleep for the night. He sat back watching her move about the little area, setting up a few traps around them to keep them safe. She turned and caught him looking at her. Naruto, are you done setting everything up? She asked, making him just nod. The two moved to lean together against a tree, relaxing into each other. You okay? She asked him, making him shift and look at her confused. You've been really quiet for a while now. I'm fine. Just thinking. That's all, he explained with a shrug. Want to talk about it? It might help. It's nothing, he said, shaking his head. The two fell silent for a few minutes. Sakura took a deep breath. It's about finding Sasuke, isn't it? She felt him stiffen before she moved to face him completely. Naruto, we're getting information to be able to protect everyone. We're not going to get into a fight with him, we're going to find an easy way to get everything done. Sakura-chan, there's no way we can get out of this with both of us alive. You have to know that. As long as the village is still there, he will keep coming. As long as he keeps coming, I'm going to keep stepping in front of him. Naruto, there are so many people who want to and can help you. You can't keep taking this all on by yourself. Sakura-kan. He trailed off, reaching out the gentle touch her cheek. I can't let my friends get hurt. I wouldn't be able to stand you getting hurt because of Sasuke. And you think I can stand it when you come back broken and on the edge of death? Naruto, you need to let others help. He just shook his head. Naruto. She trailed off before running her hand gently over his whisker marks. I don't care what you say. You don't need to take him on yourself. What other choice do I have? I can't let anyone get hurt. You have help. You've risked your life for us more than enough times. Almost died splitting yourself up to all the battlefields, using every ounce of chakra you had to take care of everyone while you nearly killed yourself fighting off the tailed beasts and the fake Madara, all by yourself. Let us help. Sakura-chan, Sasuke isn't someone who can be messed with, it took everything in me to fight him and get away the last time. He's bound to be more powerful now after healing and training more to be able to counter me. I can't let you or the others get in front of him when he's so powerful. She sighed as she ran her hand along his jawline, down his neck and to rest on his chest as she locked her green eyes with his bright blue ones. Let's get the information we need. When we get back to the village we'll figure something out. He nodded before leaning closer, placing his lips on hers for a gentle loving kiss. Get some sleep, he said softly before they shifted to relax, slipping into a light sleep. The two woke only hours later. Okay. Get the information and get home, Sakura said, making Naruto nod before they took off through the treetops towards the last known spot where Sasuke had been. The two stopped, looking down at the building to the side. Kimmy should have what I asked the toads to gather. Sakura nodded as they dropped into the small clearing around the house. Kimmy, Naruto called before the door to the house flew open and out ran a small child. He was only about 4 years old and he collided with Naruto. Naruto, he squealed happily. Naruto laughed as he bent to talk to the boy while Sakura watched. Your mom home? The boy shook his head. Didn't you learn anything when I was here? Stay in the house when your mother isn't home. Come on. Naruto grabbed the boy's hand and led the way into the house. Naruto? He asked softly as Naruto shut the door. Who's the pretty lady? Naruto smirked as he turned and looked at Sakura. This is Sakura. She's helping me on a mission, he explained, and saw the boy's eyes light up at talk of a mission. That's why we need your mom. Do you know where she went? She had to get food. She said to stay here and wait. He gave a triumphant nod, making Naruto smile at the boy. Are you going to kill the bad guys again? Well, first I need to talk to your mom. The front door opened slowly and in walked a tall woman with long black hair and black eyes, bags piled in her arms. Naruto rushed over to help her and she smiled brightly. Naruto, I thought you wouldn't be here for another day or so. She smiled as they walked over to put the bags down in the kitchen. We wanted to get what we could so we can stop them before anything big starts. He shrugged. Kimmy looked over at Sakura standing quietly to the side. Kimmy, Sakura. Sakura, Kimmy, he introduced. The two said "Oh" as Naruto talked the little boy into helping him put the food away. So is Naruto your boyfriend? The boy asked. Teru, Kimmy scolded. I'm sorry, Sakura. That boy doesn't know quite when to stay quiet. Probably why those two get along so well. She rolled her eyes at the two and looked at Sakura, who smiled and nodded. I understand. Naruto has never kept his mouth shut since we were kids in the academy. She answered and saw the sad look he gave her. Oh. You knew Naruto from when you were kids? Kimmy looked at Naruto, who grinned, before she looked back at Sakura. You must be the girl he refused to stop talking about. Oh? Sakura asked. He stayed with us for a few months after his fight with that nasty man, and he was telling us about how there was a girl at home who was Dash. Mom. Teru half whined, half scolded as Naruto shook his head but kept his eyes diverted from Sakura's curious gaze. Well, anyway, Kimmy said, waving her son off. So Naruto never did keep his mouth shut? She asked, making Sakura smile. No, and he still hasn't grown out of it. Naruto turned to look at her with a mock hurt look, making her smile broaden. But he's much better than he used to be. Has he always been stupid? Naruto turned, his jaw dropped hearing the two talking about him. Ever since I met him he's been stupid enough to get in the way of some very nasty people. Yeah, he's still the same old stupid Naruto. Sakura-chan. Naruto whined, making her laugh. You shouldn't eavesdrop on other people's conversations, she told him with an amused look. Not like you two are trying to keep it private, he said, making Sakura smile. You keep doing what you're doing, Naruto. Don't worry about what we're doing. She turned back to the older woman with a small smile as Naruto went back to helping with the food and supplies. He might be stubborn and childish, but there's no one better to have beside you than Naruto. So I've seen. Kimmy looked back at Naruto with a smile and something began slipping into her mind. The looks this woman gave the sound of her voice when speaking to or about him. Had they done something while he was away on his training? She wondered but let it slide away as Naruto turned and laid his eyes on her and only her. She would talk to him later about how he knew her. For now, they needed to get the information they came for and get home. How long you staying? Toru asked Naruto, who finished putting the food away before lifting him up onto the counter with a small smile. Not long. We have to get back to our village so we can stop some bad guys. Naruto told the boy and he slumped. After we're done with the bad guys, Naruto will come back to visit you. How's that? Sakura asked as she and Kimmy walked over. The boy's face lit up as he looked from Sakura's smile to Naruto, who smirked at her. Will you come too? He asked her. She looked at Naruto before turning back to Toru. Of course I will. I can't let my teammate run around having all the fun. She smiled at him and watched him grin. Alright, Toru. Kimmy said. Go play for a little while. Naruto lifted the boy down to the floor to run off. You know he's going to bother you for a story. She told Naruto. You tell stories? Sakura raised her brow as Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. When I was here and hurt, he begged for days for me to give him stories about my missions and all. He always loved hearing the stories. Naruto explained. He used to fall asleep to you telling him stories when he was a baby. Kimmy added with a smile before she turned to getting food. Alright, go out and relax for a bit. You can eat some dinner and then head back. She smiled, making the two walk outside to see Toru running around, pretending to be a ninja. Sakura watched Naruto as he shook his head at the boy. How did you meet Kimmy? Sakura asked as Naruto started walking to the side. I was working my way around to train in different areas, and on my way to some scrolls I heard about, I came across her trying to fight off some bandits. I fought them off and helped her home. Sakura looked at him as he stood looking off into space, remembering the day. So did you stay with her for the time you were training? Sakura wondered. Not wanting to ask the questions her brain was trying to consider. He looked at her for a minute, their eyes looking, and Sakura saw a flash of something in his eyes as he turned to completely face her. I stayed for a little while. Until she was healed, and then I left to get to the scrolls. He told her. Naruto. He turned to see the little boy looking frustrated. Show how to do it. He yelled, making Naruto chuckle before walking over to the boy, glancing at Sakura as she watched. Naruto knelt down to talk to Toru as Kimmy walked out and over to Sakura. He's wonderful. Kimmy said with a smile as she glanced at Sakura. He's been teaching Toru since he could walk. Telling him all the stories about heroes and saving the world since he was born. Sakura just nodded as she continued to watch. You have no reason to worry. What? Sakura asked, confused. Kimmy turned away from watching Naruto teach her son, to face Sakura. I see how you look at him. How you're wondering about how he knows me. You have nothing to worry about. I was not worried. Naruto told me he saved you and helped you while you healed. Sakura waved off the woman. Kimmy shook her head. You love him. She stated, making Sakura looked at her quickly. The way you look at him. You love him. She said again. Sakura nodded and looked down for a minute. Yeah. I love him. She told Kimmy, who smiled. That's good. She turned to look back at her son as he tried to throw a practice kunai, releasing it too late to bounce off the ground, making Naruto chuckle. Good? Sakura asked. Kimmy turned back to her with a smile. Yes. It's good to know you love him like he loves you. It's not hard to see how much he cared for the woman he spoke about in his stories. And seeing the way he looks at you, the way he smiles at you. Kimmy smiled as Sakura looked back at Naruto as he tried to show the boy again. How? Sakura trailed off as she looked down again, trying to gather her thoughts. Kimi laughed softly, making Sakura look at her. You're wondering if Naruto and I had been something. Sakura looked at her, glancing at Naruto as he glanced over at her. Naruto took care of me when I was injured. He was very kind to help me and not worry about himself. Naruto always was like that. Sakura told her. He took care of my injuries and helped me when Teru was born, but that is all. He is so much in love with you, he never once looked at me in more than a friendly way. His heart is yours. Sakura gave a small smile and nodded. Thank you. Sakura smiled as Kimi nodded. Naruto walked back over, leaving Teru to finish his practicing. He practices every day. Kimi told him. He's doing really well for his age. Naruto nodded. He's advanced for 4 years old. Kimi glanced at Sakura before looking at Naruto. Dinner will be done in about 10 minutes. She told them before walking back inside, leaving Naruto and Sakura alone. You okay? Naruto asked. Sakura nodded as she looked at him with a smile. Yeah, I'm fine. She shifted closer to him as she looked back at Teru, and she felt his arm wrap around her waist. We need to get the information home soon. We have to stop Sasuke. Don't worry about Sasuke for now. He told her. She looked up at him as he turned and locked his light blue eyes with her green ones. Let's just get the information back to Granny and then we can figure out what to do with him. She only nodded and the two looked at each other. They were pulled apart by Kimi's voice calling that dinner was ready. For hours later, Naruto stood from his seat and gently carried the sleeping Teru into the other room. Sakura had watched Naruto tend to the boy all evening, and she couldn't help the smile on her face seeing just how different he was from when they were growing up. How different they both were. She couldn't help but think of Naruto carrying their children to bed late at night, after a day of him teaching them the basics of being a ninja. She looked away as she caught herself. Their children? They had only just started dating and they weren't completely sure how to handle everyone knowing, let alone them having children. She shook the thoughts from her head as he walked back out, as Kimi walked over to the little sitting area with a small scroll. This is all I could gather in the little bit of time. Your toads told me what happened and that they couldn't get anything. There's wasn't much out there, but I did what I could. She handed the scroll to Naruto, who nodded. This is more than we had before. It helps a great deal. Sakura explained. Thanks, Kimi. Naruto said. And thank you for the food. Sakura added, giving Naruto a look. We should be going now. If there's anything you ever need, please make sure you let us know. Kimi nodded and smiled before she hugged Sakura. You take good care of him, she whispered before pulling back. Sakura gave a small nod before they heard a little voice from behind them. Sakura turned to put Teru back to bed, leaving Kimi and Naruto alone. Naruto watched as Sakura disappeared beyond the doorway. You take care of her, Kimi said, making him look at her. Of course I will, he said, confused as to why Kimi was telling him this. No, Naruto. I mean it. You need to take care of her, keep her heart safe, don't hurt her. I know how you can be, and she knows even better. She's afraid you'll do something and you'll wind up leaving her in one way or another. She loves you, Naruto. She really does. Don't let her heart break because you were stupid and left. I would never leave her, he defended. Kimi smiled at how quickly he defended his intentions. That's not what I mean. She shook her head. She loves you very much. Make sure you show her exactly how much you love her back. Naruto paused, thinking about what Kimi had told him before he nodded. We better get going, he said softly. Kimi nodded and followed him into the room Teru and Sakura were in. He stopped at the doorway, looking at Sakura kneeling beside Teru's bed. She was talking softly to him as his eyes slid closed. She smoothed his hair off his forehead with a small smile. Kimi glanced at Naruto, who couldn't take his eyes from how Sakura looked acting with the child. It brought thoughts about the future. You two better get going, Kimi said, making Sakura turn to look at them. She nodded and stood as she walked over to them, and they walked out to the living room. I'll gather as much as I can, but that's all I could get together for you. Any information helps. Sakura told her. Thank you. Take care of yourselves. Kimi said before they were headed off to home. Naruto handed the scroll to Tsunade. That's all she could get. He told her, making her nod. That's all for now. I'll call you if I need you again. She told the two, who nodded and walked out together, leaving Tsunade and Shizune to turn and look out the window at the village. Is this little information going to be enough to protect everyone? Shizune asked. It's going to have to be. Tsunade looked down to see Sakura and Naruto walking out together talking. Sakura shoved Naruto and laughed seconds before Naruto lunged at her and threw her over his shoulder as she flailed, trying to make him let go. She watched curious as Naruto spun around, set her down, and started to run, making Sakura chase him. They seem to have gotten closer. Shizune commented, making Tsunade smile and nod. Yeah, they have. She turned away, back to her desk and the scroll Naruto and Sakura had brought back. Sakura laughed as she caught up to Naruto, shoved him and took off again, this time making him follow her. She landed in front of the door to his apartment seconds before Naruto landed behind her. Slow poke. She teased. Naruto smirked as he took a step closer to her. You're the one who pushed me and took off. He told her, making her laugh. You whine too much, she told him. Naruto shook his head before dipping down and kissing her. Pulling away, she smiled at him. Open the door. She told him. He didn't need to be told twice. He reached around her, unlocked the door, bent again, kissing her. It had only been 2.5 weeks, but they felt right at home in each other's arms. Sakura couldn't believe she had waited so long to realize Naruto was right in front of her. In the last 2 weeks she had fell more and more in love with him and couldn't see not being in his arms at the end of the day. Naruto shut the door behind him and held tight to Sakura, making her smile. She felt her body tingle as he started kissing her neck, leaving a trail of fire everywhere he touched. They started stepping more into the apartment when there was a knock on the door, making them freeze and look at each other. Sakura shook her head and leaned closer, kissing him, starting their kissing again. After a moment there was another knock. This time harder, and a voice called from the other side. Naruto. Open the door. I saw you leave Lady Tsunade's, I know you're home. Ino's voice called, making Naruto and Sakura look at the door for a minute before back at each other. She won't leave. You know that. She told him, making him sigh, and turned to open the door only to have Sakura grab the front of his shirt to pull him back to her for another deep kiss. They broke apart slowly at Ino's voice calling again. Naruto. I better open the door. Sakura said with a smirk as he just nodded. She walked around him as he closed his eyes, trying to calm himself down quickly before Sakura opened the door. What are you yelling about, Ino? She asked her friend, who stood confused. What are you doing here? Ino asked. We just got back from our mission. Naruto had a scroll he needed to give me from his training. Sakura said as she moved out of the way and looked at Naruto, who had been able to pull himself together. So what was that mission Lady Tsunade sent you to on right after Naruto got back? Ino asked, looking between the two as they looked at each other. If Granny didn't tell you. He trailed, but the look Ino gave made him rethink his words, and he glanced at Sakura for help. Lady Tsunade wants to keep things quiet for now. When she has things figured out, she'll tell everyone. Naruto and I just went to get a scroll for her. That's it. She wasn't lying, she was only leaving details out. Ino looked at Sakura, searching her face for anything that would indicate she was lying. Fine. Ino crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes on Naruto, knowing how he is she thought she could break him easily. What took you so long to answer the door? She asked and watched him shift uncomfortably before looking at Sakura. What's going on? She asked, turning on her friend. What are you talking about? Sakura asked, waving off her friend's questions. Naruto was getting the scroll and I was getting a drink when you knocked. Really? Ino raised her brow, looking at Sakura. Ino, stop trying to get into everyone's business," she told her before looking at Naruto. "Thanks for the scroll, Naruto," she said as Ino rolled her eyes. Sakura glanced at her before looking back at Naruto. The two locking eyes for a minute before Naruto took a slow breath and broke the connection. "Yeah, no problem. Figured you'd find a use for it," he said, looking away. He looked back to see Sakura doing the same before nodding. "I'll see you later," she said before turning and leaving, not without looking at Ino. "You really should stop your snooping. You might find things you didn't want to know." Ino rolled her eyes at her. "See ya," Naruto said, walking over to the door as both women walked out. He shut the door behind them and let out a sigh. "Sakura, come on, tell me what's going on. What did you and Naruto have to get? And after 3 years you two just act like he never left. I mean really, Sakura. Did you see how good he looks now?" She sighed and shook her head. If only he could grow in brains to fit his look. Sakura glanced back towards Naruto's apartment building. "Oh, I forgot my pack at Naruto's," she said, making Ino look at her as they stopped. "I better go get it. I'll talk to you later, Ino. And Lady Tsunade will tell you when she wants you to know about our last mission." Sakura turned and ran off to Naruto's apartment. Ino narrowed her eyes. There was something off about her best friend and she was determined to find out what was going on. She started after Sakura, making sure not to be seen as she peered around the corner to see Sakura stop in front of Naruto's door and knock. It took all of 2 seconds before the door opened and Sakura grinned as him. Ino's eyes went wide as she saw Naruto reach out to pull her closer as they kissed. "Where's Ino?" Naruto asked, pulling away a bit. "I told her I left my pack and had to get it," Sakura told him with a smirk. Naruto grinned down at her before sliding a hand up to cradle her head as they kissed again, falling into his place, door shutting behind them. She turned and took off to find the others and tell them what she had just seen. "No way Sakura-san would do that," Lee yelled as several smirked and others stood shocked. "I saw it with my own eyes," Ino told them. They were acting weird and then she said she forgot her pack and then he pulled her closer and she kissed him. They kissed and went into his place. "I know what I saw." Kiba started to laugh as Shikamaru sighed and shook his head. "Maybe they would talk more if you stopped snooping and making everything such a big deal," Shikamaru said, shaking his head. "Naruto and Sakura would never work. Naruto is a great ninja, very powerful, but a woman as beautiful as Sadash." "Shut it, Lee," Tenten said, making him look at her. Didn't anyone else notice how upset she had been since Naruto went to train? She looked around as Ino thought about all the girl nights they had, all the talk she had with her and how she acted. She was pretty down after he left. Choji said he had even noticed how she focused more on work rather than spending time with friends. But Sakura liking Naruto? Ino, there's no way. Yeah, I mean he's been trying to years, she's not going to all of a sudden give in, Kiba told her. "I'm telling you I saw it with my own eyes," she insisted. The others all shifted, making Ino turn around and look at Naruto and Sakura walking over to them. "Talking about us?" Sakura asked Ino with her arms crossed. Ino just looked at her friend. He lived to gossip and tell everyone's business but hated when she was caught by it. "So is it true?" Kiba blurted out, making Ino turn and glare at him before she heard Naruto chuckle. Naruto locked his hands behind his heart with a grin as Sakura glanced at him before she answered. "Depending on exactly what Ino said." She looked at her friend. "Yeah," she told them. "Wow, Ino, you really were telling the truth. Imagine that." Kiba laughed, making Naruto chuckle. Ino glared at them, making them stop laughing, but they couldn't stop the grins they wore. "So it's true then," Lee said, making everyone look at him. "I have truly lost the battle for your heart." He looked at Sakura sadly before looking at Naruto and extending his hand to congratulate him. "You have beaten me and won her heart. Take good care of her." Naruto looked at him confused before glancing at Sakura, who crossed her arms. "I'm not something that you can win and pass around," she said angrily. "What is with men and thinking they can fight over us and the winner gets us?" Tenten said as she walked over to stand next to Sakura as Ino turned to glare at Lee. The other men stayed quiet. They knew the wrath of the three women and knew better than to pull themselves into the crossfire of it. "We are not objects. We can and will kick your dash." Ino was cut off by Shizune. "Naruto," she called as she ran over to them. They all looked at her as she took a breath and looked at him sadly. "What's wrong, Shizune?" Sakura asked, all anger falling away at the sad look on the woman's face. "We just got word that Yukontak's village was attacked. Lady Tsunade wants you and the others to go right away." Naruto glanced at Sakura, who was looking up at him worried. He nodded to Shizune as Sakura turned to the others. "Grab your stuff," she told them. "Meet us at the main gate in 5 minutes." They nodded and took off as she turned back to Naruto. "Let's get our things and go." He nodded and they were off to get their things, leaving Shizune there. 3 minutes later, everyone was at the gate and ready to go. Naruto and Sakura led the way, all moving as fast as they could. Naruto ran in front of everyone with Sakura not far behind him and the others following. Ino moved farther up to run beside Sakura. "What's going on?" she asked. "The contact we went to for our mission. Her village was attacked," Sakura explained. "She lived on the outskirts, so she should have been able to get away. Teru would have tried to fight," Naruto said over his shoulder. She fell silent as Naruto pushed faster. "Who's Teru?" Ino asked curiously. "Teru is the contact's little boy. He's 4 and really wants to be a ninja." Ino nodded, understanding now why Naruto and Sakura were so worried. The group landed at the little house a day later and saw it still burning. Naruto ran over to it and slammed his shoulder into the door to open it as Sakura and the others yelled to him. Sakura turned to the others. "See if you can find survivors in the village. Whoever did this didn't leave long ago, keep your eye out for them." They nodded and took off, all but Sakura, Hinata, and Ino. Sakura ignored the two who stayed and started towards the house. "Sakura!" Ino yelled and tried to stop her. "You'll get burned alive in there," she told her friend. Sakura pulled out of her grasp. "Teru and Kimi could be in there still and Naruto's in there looking for them," she told her roughly before running in. "Naruto." Ino and Hinata could hear her call as she went through the house. "There are 2 bodies in there," Hinata told Ino. "Their readings are very low." Ino looked from her over to the house as it blazed hotter and hotter with each second. "Sakura!" Ino called. "Naruto!" she yelled. There was no answer. She looked at Hinata, who was still using her Byakugan to look at what was going on in the house. "They're both still moving. They just found the 2 bodies," Hinata reported. A minute later, there was a creak and the house started to give way. Ino and Hinata watched as Naruto and Sakura burst from the door as the house dropped to the ground. "You guys are stupid," Ino said as she moved closer to the two as they coughed the smoke from their lungs. "Are they okay?" she asked as Sakura checked Teru's signs, then moved to Kimi. "They'll be okay. The smoke was bad in the room they were in," Sakura said as she started healing the burns on Teru quickly before working on Kimi. "The others checking the village?" Naruto asked and saw Sakura nod. "Take care of them," he said as he gently laid Kimi flat on the ground. Her eyes opened a bit as she gave a small smile. "Naruto, my hero." She smiled. "What would I ever do without you in my life?" she asked as Naruto smirked. "The same thing I would do," Sakura said as she continued to heal. She looked at Naruto as he watched her. "Sakura." They heard making them look at Kiba on Akamaru's back landing in the little clearing. "They're pulling a lot of wounded out." Hinata bent and started healing. Sakura looked at her appreciatively as Naruto was surprised. He hadn't gotten a chance to talk to everyone and find out what they had done while he had been gone. Sakura took off with Kiba as Ino smirked at Naruto. Sakura's been teaching us a thing or two, Hinata told him. No matter how hard we try, Sakura always seems to find a way to keep getting better than us, Ino told him. He gave a small smile before nodding. Naruto. Kimi started. Teru. Naruto smoothed hair from Kimi's face. Teru's fine. He's resting over there for now. Just relax, Hinata will take really good care of you. Kimi nodded and Naruto stood and took off to the village. Naruto landed and saw his friends going through and pulling survivors from the wreckage. The entire village was smashed and nothing more than piles of rubble. He made his way over to where Shikamaru was standing. How many? We pulled about 20 injured. So far, that's it. The rest are dead, but there's still not enough people to make up a village, Shikamaru said, trying to figure out where the other people would have gone. Is there a hideout around here or something? Not that I know of. Naruto shook his head before walking over to Sakura, who was working on healing the wounded as they were pulled from the wreckages. Sakura, see if you can get one of them to talk. She looked at him a moment. Find out if there's a hideout around here. Shikamaru said, this isn't enough people for a village. She nodded as they looked at the others. Kiba and Akamaru walked over slowly. That's everyone who's alive still. The rest are over there, Kiba told them. Kiba, can you see if you can track any scents went off somewhere? Sakura asked. Like Konoha has the hideout for the villagers and kids, maybe they have something similar. It's not like they have a huge mountain of heads, Kiba said, making Sakura roll her eyes as she finished on the man she was healing. She stood up and looked at the two men. They could have an underground place, or a cave, or even a mountain in the woods, she told them. Can you pick up anything? The others began to gather around as Kiba and Akamaru both shook their heads. Niji, can you see anything? She asked. He looked around using his Byakugan before spinning quickly as they had the leaves crunch and a cry form a boy, followed by Ino's voice. Teru! She yelled as the boy broke from the tree line. He paused for a minute looking at the destruction and the dead lined up not far from him. Naruto and Sakura moved quickly to the boy as the others followed. I tried to keep him calm, but he went ballistic when he saw his mom unconscious, Ino explained as Naruto picked him up. Naruto! He cried and wrapped his arms around his neck. The other watched as Naruto held the boy close and tight. They came and they. He trailed off in a new wave of tears. Sakura walked around Naruto to look at Teru laying his head on Naruto's shoulder. Teru! She said, making him look at her. Sakura! He said, but the tears continued to fall. Sh. She hushed. Would you like to go for a walk with me to see how your mom is doing? He gave a little nod and Sakura reached out, taking him from Naruto and held him on her hip. See if you can locate the place, she told the others as Teru looked around. Naruto! They ain't moving, he said, looking frightfully at the dead. Teru, don't look at them anymore, Naruto said. Teru turned to look at him. Go with Sakura and take care of your mom. I'll be there in a little bit. Naruto watched as fresh tears came to his eyes. He bent a bit, leaning closer to Sakura and the boy on her hip. Sakura will take care of you and make you and your mom feel better. You know why? 'Cause she's the pretty princess who makes everyone feel better. Naruto froze for a minute as Sakura locked eyes with him. The others looked at them confused as she smiled and Naruto nodded. That's right, so go help her, okay? He nodded and Naruto looked at Sakura. It was a silent conversation. He didn't need to ask her to tell him if things turned bad. She started talking softly to Teru as he looked at the others. So Naruto, Choji said. That kid sure does like you. Naruto looked at him confused and Ino rolled her eyes. Choji's basically saying the little boy is your kid, she clarified, and everyone looked at Naruto as he looked shocked. Mine? No way. he said, looking at the others as they still looked doubtful. Kimmy was pregnant when I met her. I helped her out when I was in the area while I was training. Yeah. Right. You helped her. Kiba said with a grin. Ino rolled her eyes. It's not his. She stepped in to defend him, making everyone look at her confused. If he was, Naruto would have told Sakura, and she would have told me when I asked who he was. Besides, do you see any resemblance whatsoever? They looked at each other and shrugged. Let's see if we can track down the hideout. Shikamaru said. 10-10, you, Lee and Choji stay here and take care of the wounded. Hinata and Sakura will take care of those two, and the rest will search for the hideout. He ordered and watched everyone set about to do what they were told. Thanks. Naruto told Ino, who looked at him and shook her head. Don't worry about it. Another reason I know he isn't yours is because I don't think you're smart enough to figure out where babies come from. She laughed and walked away as he just looked at her. She liked to snoop around everyone's lives. If only she knew how wrong she was, she would be bright red from embarrassment. Sakura. Hinata said as she sat next to Kimmy, looking very worn out. We tried to stop him. It's fine, Hinata. He just needed some people who he recognized. Sakura said, still holding Toru on her hip. Don't go running off. Naruto has a lot of work to do with the others. She told him as she set him on his feet. He nodded and she watched him look around a minute before he started towards the burnt house. Toru. She called as she reached out, stopping him. But my kunai. He complained. We'll get you new ones. Sakura told him. But Naruto gave them to me and said that I have to protect mom with them. He half whined. Hinata watched curious as Sakura knelt in front of the boy. Toru, they are gone. The fire burned everything. She said softly. Gently she took his tiny hands with a small smile. When we get back to the village, I'm sure Naruto will get you brand new ones. Someone landed in the clearing, making Toru jump before settling as he saw Naruto walk closer. Sakura-chan. He said, making her glance at him and nod. She looked back at Toru with a smile. You stay here with Hinata. She's a very good friend of ours, she'll make sure you and your mom are both safe. He gave her a defiant look she had seen Naruto give so many times. If you stay here and listen to Hinata, Naruto, and I will get you special kunai. She said, making him smile. Special cool ones like you and Naruto have? He asked. Exactly. The boy grinned and ran over to sit beside Hinata. Let us know if you need anything. She told Hinata, who nodded, watching as Naruto touched her back as if guiding her in the direction they needed to go. She had wished and wanted so badly to be the one to hold Naruto's heart, but deep down she knew, she had always known, she would never have his heart. It belonged to Sakura since they were children, and although she knew this would happen eventually, she had let herself hope that things would change after the pain attack. She had let herself dream of things turning out differently. She was upset, but deep down she knew she only wanted Naruto to be happy, and he was always happiest around Sakura. What's wrong? Sakura asked as they started jumping to the branches for a run to the place. We found the villagers. A lot of them are hurt though. She nodded and they push on, arriving quickly to see the others bandaging what they could. Ino had started healing and Sakura jumped right in. Naruto bit his thumb, drawing blood before summoning Gamakichi. Hey! The large red toad greeted. The others glanced but paid them no mind, knowing Naruto was just sending work back home. What's going on? He asked, looking at the villagers. I need you to get a message to Granny. Naruto said, and the toad looked back at him. Tell her that the village was destroyed and there are a lot of wounded. Sakura and Ino are patching them up the best they can, but there's a lot. The toad nodded and popped into smoke to deliver his message. Tsunade stood with Kakashi and Shizune talking about the report when Gamakichi popped up in the middle of the room. Naruto's toad. Shizune said. She was used to seeing the toads pop up all the time from Jiraiya, and slowly she had begun seeing them from Naruto instead. Hey! Gamakichi greeted everyone. Naruto said there's lots of wounded and the village is destroyed. Kakashi, take a team out to meet with them. Tsunade said before looking at the toad. How many would you say were injured? It looked like almost all the people that were there were hurt. Naruto said Ino and Sakura are doing what they can, but there's a lot of wounds. Tsunade nodded. Thank you. The toad nodded and disappeared. Take 2 teams of medics. Shizen, you go with them. Sakura's going to push herself beyond what she needs to, she's going to need a little help. What about Ino? Shizen asked. Ino knows her limit. She will not push much farther than that. Tsunade said and looked back at Kakashi. She's stubborn and thinks she can push farther than her body will allow. Naruto's rubbed off on her. Kakashi sighed. She wants to be as good as he is and she's determined not to fall behind. Well, make sure she doesn't fall behind permanently. Tsunade said. She's learned how to be stubborn like him as well. Not sure me telling her not to will do much good. Kakashi told her. Tell Naruto. Shizen said. When I told them about what happened, I had interrupted them all talking. I only heard a little bit. They were talking about men fighting over the women and the way they looked at each other. She trailed off. And looked at Tsunade. I believe they've been like that since they left your office the other day. Tsunade nodded with a small smile. Telling Naruto may work if he will be able to talk her into not pushing as far. Kakashi said. Tsunade nodded. If they really have gotten together, then it should be that much easier to keep them both under control. Kakashi nodded, turned and left. You seem almost happy they are together. Shizen said as Tsunade turned to look at the village with a smile. I am. It's about time they figured out they should be together. They are perfect for each other. They push the other to become better but keep the other from going too far and hurting themselves. Naruto has fought for so long, it's good to see Sakura finally realizing how she feels. Naruto walked around watching as Sakura and Ino healed more and more wounds. Sakura sat back after her 12th person and took a slow breath. Naruto walked over, squatted next to her to talk. You okay? He asked as she just nodded. I'm going to get Hinata. She can at least help a little and take some pressure off you and Ino. They looked at Ino as she stopped healing a person to take a few breaths. Alright, just keep Toru away from this stuff. He doesn't need to see all of this. She told him, making him nod and walk over to Kiba and Akamaru. Kiba. He got his friend's attention. Mind if Akamaru helps me with something? Kiba shook his head and Akamaru followed Naruto as he made his way to where Hinata was checking on Kimi again and Toru sat quietly by her side. Akamaru jumped into the clearing, making Toru jump and run to hide behind the closest tree. Naruto gave a little smirk as he walked out moments later. It's alright. Hinata said softly as she turned to talk to Toru. This is Akamaru. He's our friend. The boy peered around the tree and looked at Naruto. Hinata watched as Toru waited for Naruto to confirm what she had said. Toru, come here. The little boy ran over to Naruto, who picked him up and walked closer to Akamaru. Akamaru, this is Toru, and Akamaru. He looked at Toru. Remember the story I told you about Ninja and his dog who helped save everyone? He nodded. This is the dog. He's pretty awesome. Akamaru barked and wagged his tail. He's really very nice. Hinata said as she walked closer with a small smile. You stay here next to Akamaru. Toru nodded as Naruto set him down and he reached out slowly to pet the large dog. Is everything okay? Hinata asked him. Almost everyone was injured. Sakura and Ino already healed everyone they pulled from the village and they are working on the ones who made it to the hideout, but it's starting to affect them. Hinata nodded and looked at Kimi. We're going to take you guys down there, maybe you could help out and take some pressure off them. I'll try. She said softly. How is she? He wondered. She's holding steady. She should be fine. The smoke really did a lot to her lungs, but Sakura reversed a lot of that before I started. I'm sure Sakura will want to work a little more once everything is settled. Naruto nodded before he turned to Teru. Teru, you want to be like the ninja? He asked and saw his face light up. He lifted him up and placed him on Akamaru's back. Hold on, but not too tight. You don't want to hurt him. He looked at Akamaru. Take it easy back to everyone. The dog nodded and started slowly. Teru, you stay with Akamaru, no matter what. The boy nodded happily, as they went into the woods and Naruto turned and lifted Kimi into his arms. Naruto. She whispered. I'm just moving you to the others. It's okay. He told her. Teru? He's fine. He's having a blast riding on Akamaru. He chuckled. He thinks he's a real ninja now. She smiled as she sifted closer to him. I'm glad you made it. She whispered as she dozed off again. Hinata watched as Naruto's smile fell, replaced by worry as they made their way to the others. They walked to the little spot that the hideout was and found several medics taking over to Sakura and Ino. Naruto handed Kimi to the medics to take care of as Kakashi walked over to him and Shizune was trying to replenish some of Sakura's chakra. It's good to see you, Naruto. Kakashi said, making Naruto nod. I didn't get to see you when you got back. Things went pretty fast when I got back. Naruto nodded. So I've heard. Naruto looked at him confused. It seems word has gotten around to the Hokage about you and Sakura. Naruto's cheeks tinted a bit as he glanced at Sakura. There's something I need to tell you. Naruto looked at him worried. Sakura's been determined to become as strong as you are and to be able to push as far as you do. She's put herself in danger a few times while you were away by ignoring the fact that her body can only tolerate so much. Naruto was confused. Why are you telling me this? Because you're the only one she will most likely listen to when you tell her to not push so far. Naruto's blue eyes snapped back to Sakura before he nodded slowly. Naruto. They heard before Teru ran over to him with tears in his eyes. Naruto bent down to talk to him as Kakashi watched. They say I can't see Mom. He cried. They're fixing her up. Let them do their job and when they're all done you can sit with her all you want. You just have to be patient. Teru nodded as he wiped his tears on his sleeves. Naruto glanced at Sakura as Shizune and she sat talking softly. Why don't you go see how Sakura's feeling? Teru nodded again and ran off as Naruto stood up. Who's that? Kakashi asked, intrigued and surprised at how Naruto spoke to him. His name is Teru. He's Kimi's son. One of the people I talked to from the training. She's the one who collected and gave us the information we have. She seems really close with you. Naruto looked at his teacher. It's not like that. Kakashi looked at him, raising an eyebrow. Everyone already accused me of being his dad. Kakashi looked at him with a mixture of confusion and surprise. Kimi was attacked when I was out training and I saved her. She was already pregnant with Teru, and that's it. You don't need to defend yourself to me, Naruto. He looked at his old teacher as Kakashi gave a small smile. It's not like you to stray far from Sakura. Naruto just looked at him before sighing. So you and Sakura are going to take care of him while his mother is injured? He doesn't seem to want to go to anyone else unless you two are around. They looked at Sakura talking to Teru with a smile and Shizune watching. It's probably better for him. Naruto nodded. Alright, well let's get the others and I'll start back to the village. The sooner we get back the sooner we can get everyone situated. The medics maneuvered the injured and they all started on their way back to the village. Naruto sat slouched in the hospital seat, Teru sound asleep in his lap, head lying on his chest. Sakura was sitting next to him with her head resting on his shoulder as she slept. Tsunade and Kakashi stopped as they walked into the waiting room. They were used to seeing the two ninja becoming closer and closer. They had seen the feelings between them, but seeing them sitting in the waiting room with the little boy cuddled on Naruto's chest made them both smile as they thought of the future of the village. They were getting old and it was nearly time for the next generation to take its turn at running the village, which opened the thoughts of the generation after. Tsunade sighed. She needed to wake them up and tell them about Kimi's condition, but she really didn't want to wake them. It's really freaky to have you two stand there staring, Naruto said before he turned his head and looked at them. They snapped from their thoughts and walked over to him. We didn't want to wake you, Tsunade told him. I wasn't sleeping. He glanced at Sakura as she sat up. His shifting under her had woken her up and she gave a small yawn. What's wrong? He asked. Nothing is wrong. I thought you'd want to know Kimi is doing well. She'll be out for a little while yet. The smoke inhalation and the burns she sustained will keep her out for a bit, but she'll be fine and should be awake by tomorrow evening. Thank you, Sakura said, and Tsunade nodded. What about the other villagers? They'll all make it. Some may take much longer than others, but they will all live, Tsunade told her. Sakura nodded and yawned again as Tsunade and Kakashi walked away, leaving the two alone with the sleeping Teru. The doors to the hospital opened and a tall woman stormed towards them angrily. Sakura Haruno. You were supposed to be home hours ago, she said, making Naruto look at her, then at Sakura. I'm sorry, all the healing wore me out and I fell asleep, Sakura said low. That is no excuse. I hear the village was destroyed. That you ran into a burning building. And when you come home you don't even let me know you're okay. Teru shifted on Naruto's chest, making Sakura shush her mother. No, I will not shush. Whose child is this? Did you steal it to teach it how to be a monster and hurt families? Her mother had lost her mind. Sakura had enough. She stood up quickly, making her mother look at her. Mom, that's enough, she told her. This boy is Teru. He is the son of one of Naruto's friends, who happens to have just gotten to stable condition. He has been through a lot today, including being trapped and knocked out in a burning building while his mother almost died next to him, so quiet down before you wake him. How dare you speak back to me? Her mother said angrily as Teru shifted again and Naruto moved to stand up. Where are you taking that child? She asked harshly. Naruto stood up and pulled Teru up so he could lay his head on Naruto's shoulder as he looked at the woman. Considering you're yelling while he's sleeping, I am moving so he doesn't wake up. Besides, this is not any of my business. He looked at Sakura, who gave him an apologetic look. No, this has everything to do with you. Because of you my Sakura puts herself into dangerous situations and nearly gets killed. I have tried to tolerate it and I have tried to deal with you being teammate and such, but when your life is in jeopardy because of him, that's when I put my foot down. Naruto knew he couldn't get mad. It usually was because of him that Sakura was placed in dangerous situations. Naruto, why don't you take Teru home? I'll pick up some stuff for him later and stop by, Sakura told him, ignoring her mother. Let him sleep as long as he can. Naruto nodded as Sakura ran a hand over Teru's back before he left. He didn't want to leave Sakura in a screaming match with her mother, but he didn't have much choice in the matter. What is going on with you? Her mother asked. What has he done to you? You used to be such a good girl. Always doing what you needed to, always listened, and never put yourself into harm's way. You are completely different. It's like you're a complete stranger. And the way you act with him all the time now, and how you acted with that child just now. What did he do to you? I am a ninja. I will always be in danger. Being a medical ninja puts me in a little less danger, but I will always be in harm's way. Naruto is the one who protects me and gets himself hurt because of me. You have no idea what we've been through. What he's been through. You can't possibly understand any of it. She started to yell, making several people come running. Tsunade and Kakashi were among them. Naruto has done nothing but sacrifice everything for this village, for its people, for his friends and for me. You don't know what it was like. All it takes it dash. Enough. Sakura cut her mother off. She paused, taking a breath, noticing the people starting to crowd around. Naruto is a deeply caring, wonderful man who cares about everyone, no matter what they've done to him. He takes care of everyone and would gladly give his life to save anyone in this village, especially his friends. Then why hasn't he done that to keep you from getting hurt? Her mother shot back. Sakura balled her fists at her sides. He's tried, and has almost succeeded several times. You have no right to talk about him until you know him. And you do? Sakura looked at Tsunade and Kakashi standing to the side before looking at her mother. She set her jaw, squared her shoulders and took a breath. As a matter of fact, I do. Her mother looked at her with a hard look. I've known him since we entered the academy. I've been on his team since we were 13. We've been through life and death situations, we've been through happy and sad times together. After his last training mission, I finally opened my eyes and saw him for everything he had ever offered me. Offered you? All he's ever offered was pain and death. Her mother said. Sakura shook her head. Naruto's always offered me a shoulder to cry on, a support when things got too hard, happiness and all this pain in the world. He's offered me a different view on people and even the world. He's offered me the light in the middle of the darkness when everything unraveled years ago. He offered me his heart every chance he had. Every time I took what he offered, I used him and hurt him most times, but not once did he waver or turn away. That is what Naruto has offered me, and I was a blind fool not to see it before. You're a blind fool now. Sakura shook her head and smiled. No. You are the blind fool. There's nothing you can do to stop what is going to happen. Naruto loves me. He really loves me. And I love him. It took a while to realize everything, but I finally saw that I really, truly love him. He's thoughtful, caring, loving, stubborn, ingenious, and childish, and even his pain in the ass self. Sakura gave another small smile. You can say what you want about him, but that will never change who he really is. Sakura pushed past her and stormed out of the hospital. Kakashi and Tsunade looked at her mother, then at her retreating back before glancing at each other. Akemi. Tsunade said, making the woman look at her and shrink back a bit. It was no secret of how close the Hokage had become with Naruto. Everyone knew she treated him like her own, and she had no tolerance for other to speak of him as the monster. Come with me. Yes, Lady Hokage. Akemi drooped her head a bit, as she heard Tsunade talk to Kakashi. Go see if you can find Sakura. She told him. Tell her to go to Naruto's place for now. She's not going to. Kakashi said, simply, making Akemi look up with a bit of hope. Tsunade looked questionably at him. She's going to try to find a place to calm down before she goes to him. She won't take everything back to him, especially since he'll get her to talk. Then talk to her. Kakashi nodded before he walked off, and she looked back at Akemi and signaled for her to follow. Tsunade led the way to an office and shut the door behind them. Your daughter told you the truth. Akemi looked at her. I understand your position on the subject, but as her mother Tsunade cut her off. You do not fully understand what I'm saying. She told you the truth about how Naruto lays down his own life to save those around. He will die to save someone, but there are a few that he will push well beyond the realms of death to protect them. Your daughter is one of them. He has no control. You're right, but that is why I place him with Kakashi, who has knowledge of the Fourth's techniques. Why he had trained with Jiraiya, who understood everything the Fourth set in motion. Why he trained with Lord B from the Land of Lightning. To gain control. Your daughter stays with him, because she reminds him that he needs to control himself or she could get hurt. She has gotten hurt. And several times were because of him. Tsunade shook her head. Sakura's a lot stronger than you think. And she is that way partly because of her personality and partly because she sees how hard Naruto works to protect everyone, to take care of her and the others. She refuses to fall behind and force him to get hurt because of her. She has always been strong. Akemi told her. But has she always been so happy? Have you ever seen her smile, laugh, or even look the way she does when he is around? Have you seen how he looks at her? How he treats her. Akemi stayed silent. He has always loved her. It went from a childish crush to real love. And she went from seeing him as a child to seeing his the heart he was holding out for her. I am only her teacher and I only started to train her when she was 14. Even I can see the difference in her when he walks into the room, when he's even just mentioned. Her reactions have been becoming more and more open. I can't have been the only one to have noticed. He will only cause her pain. I've seen it already. All the times she's come home injured or so exhausted from healing him that she's passed out for days. And when he leaves, you can see the heartache on her face. Does the pain and exhaustion she suffers mean more than all the happiness and love he gives her? Tsunade looked around. When she became a jonin, I made her head of the hospital. This office is hers. Maybe you should look around at what she keeps here to remind her of the good she's doing. To keep her going when things turn out badly. Tsunade walked past her and left her alone in the office. Akemi looked around from where she stood. She could see files, papers, and books scattered everywhere. She slowly walked over to the pictures and items that she saw on the bookshelves. She saw the first kunai her father had left for her when he had been killed in the Kyubi attack. The first ninja written test she had taken was framed on the shelf. She found pictures of Sakura with Ino when she was younger all the way up to a few weeks ago. Next to them were pictures with her and her other friends. She saw two sitting on the shelf of her and Naruto. They both had their arms around each other with big grins as they smiled for the camera in on taken right before the war. The other Naruto was holding Sakura with a smile and she was laughing. One of their other friends must have taken it one of the days they all had off right before Naruto left to train. She loves him so much and only has 2 pictures of him. She scoffed before glancing at her desk. Akemi walked over and sat in her daughter's chair looking at the things on the desk. She saw the original picture of Team 7, but positioned in front of it, covering Sasuke, was a picture of Naruto and Sakura both laughing at the ramen shop. Akemi looked at the top right drawer that was halfway opened and saw a reflection of light. Reaching in, she pulled out a small album and started flipping through it, seeing Sakura with all of her friends, having fun and laughing with each other. She came across more of Sakura and Naruto, many the same as the last, just having fun and laughing. But a few were ones that someone had snapped while they looked at each other. One was a picture of the two of them and Naruto was looking at Sakura as she smiled at the camera. Another was taken from a bit farther away, not sure that was meant to be taken, but captured the two looking at each other with such love. Akemi sighed. She couldn't deny that the two loved each other. There was so much to show how much they really loved the other. Even to the point where Akemi looked at a picture with Sakura and her friends while Naruto was away, with a picture of her, Kiba and Akamaru, and a picture of her and Naruto. There was no denying that she was just smiling for the camera while he was gone. She was happy to be with friends in the next, and she was truly loving her time spent in the last. She hated that it turned out like this, and she did not want to give in to the thought of her daughter with the boy everyone called a demon. She didn't want to think about what the villagers would do to her once they found out they were together. She would try to talk sense into her daughter one last time. Try to make her see what will happen if things continue. Sakura? Kakashi called as he walked onto the 3rd training field and found Sakura leaning against one of the pillars. You should head to Naruto's, he told her. He knows what just happened. If I go there now, it will only hurt him when he finds out what she said. She shook her head as he gave a soft sigh. Tsunade is talking with your mother now. Besides, the longer you stay out, the more worried he'll be when you finally get there. He may only have a bit of brains, but he's not completely stupid. Sakura smiled at her teacher's reference to Naruto's brains. He's right. They heard, making them look off into the darkness as Naruto walked closer. Might not be too smart, but I know when you're hurting. How did you know where I was? Sakura asked, making him smirk as he put his hands in his pockets. This is the place to come when you have something to think about. She gave a little nod as she looked down at her raised knees. Kakashi walked towards Naruto and gave a nod as he pulled his book from his pouch and walked away. Naruto slowly walked over and sat next to her. I'm sorry. he told her, making her look at him. You have nothing to be sorry about. She shook her head. It's because of me that your mom was so upset. She looked at him as he looked down at his lap sadly. I don't want you to have any problems. I want you to be happy. We can go back if you want. It hurt to say it, but he wanted what was best for her, not everyone criticizing her and yelling at her about her relationship with him. Suddenly she was leaning over him inches from his face, forcing his sad blue eyes to meet her worried green ones. Don't you try to take everything back. She warned him. I don't care what others say or think. They can do and say whatever they want. It's not going to change the fact that I love you. You got your way, you got your date, don't you dare try to run away. He looked into her green eyes a minute longer before a small smile tugged at his lips. I would never run away from a fight. He saw a smile pull at her lips before he reached out, pulling her to him. He pulled back for a moment and grinned at her. You know what this means, he said, making her look at him a minute before she smirked. We're going to be the talk of the village, and Ino won't even have the satisfaction of starting a rumor. He looked at her a minute before she started laughing. He smiled. He loved hearing her laugh. Reaching out, he tugged, making her fall into his lap and laugh even more. He pulled her closer as they kissed again, silencing her giggles. She pulled back and looked at him. Where's Teru? She asked. Gamakichi is watching him. She gave him a disapproving look. If you hadn't wandered off and just come home, I wouldn't have had to come find you. She couldn't help the smile that spread across her face. Tomorrow we'll get Teru some stuff. Let's go home for tonight. She looked at him a minute. What? Home? She repeated. It's your place, Naruto. It's not home to me. He looked at her confused before he pushed a few strands of hair behind her ear. It can be, he said softly before quickly adding, if you want it to be. She looked at him and saw the worry in his eyes after offering. Would you really want that? Seeing me constantly with no breaks. You're going to have to deal with me all day, go to sleep looking at me and wake up to me. You really think you can deal with that for now on? She joked. Naruto grinned as he kissed her. Pulling back, he answered her. I could deal with that the rest of my life and be a happy guy. He told her and saw the words sink in. She seemed to think about what he had told her and her next words carefully. Well then, I guess you're stuck with me. She smiled. You've got the good end of the deal. You get to look at me all the time. Me? I have to look at you. She tried to keep a straight face, but she couldn't help the laughter that poured from her as he looked at her confused. I think I've been laughed at enough tonight. Let's go home, he said, making her giggle before they stood up and started on their way home. It had been 2 weeks since Sakura had her blow up with her mother. 2 weeks since Naruto and Sakura decided that forever was okay with them. Today was the day Kimi was released from the hospital. Naruto and Sakura walked Teru to the hospital like they did every day. He walked between them, holding both their hands with a bright smile on his face. At first people whispered, but as word got around about what happened and that Naruto was taking care of the boy, they began to smile seeing them walking through the village. Teru let go of Sakura's hand and tugged on Naruto's. Naruto of course smiled and picked the boy up and carried him the rest of the way, making many of the villagers smile. They had always thought he was the demon child. They thought he would hurt everyone and attack, but after he saved everyone with no thought about his own well-being during the pain attack, they had begun to see him differently. They had started seeing him as their protector, and as the war raged, the stories and accounts of what he did floated back, causing them to see even more of how caring Naruto was. Sakura smiled brightly. It was about time everyone started to see the real Naruto. All of Naruto's fears about Sakura being treated badly because she was began to dissolve away. He was always worried that one little thing would erase everything the villagers had learned and turn them against him again, and in turn them against her. Sakura smiled and brushed away his worries and told him no matter what, she was never going to desert him. It never ceased to amaze him at how her words affected him. She opened the door and they walked in and down the hall to where Kimi's room was. Walking in, Naruto set Toru on his feet and he ran to Kimi for a tight hug. "Ready to go home, Mom?" Toru asked with a grin. "Of course." She smiled brightly at him before looking at Naruto and Sakura. "Naruto, why don't you take Toru to say bye to the nurses?" She told him, making him look at her confused. "He's not going to be coming back, he should say goodbye." He was still confused but shrugged and did what she had said, leaving the two women. "Are you alright, Kimi?" "I'm fine. My house is gone, my village is destroyed. I don't have anywhere to take Toru," she told Sakura. Over the last 2 weeks, Sakura and Kimi had begun to talk more and more as Sakura healed her wounds little by little each day. They were fast friends in no time. Sakura smiled bright. "Don't worry about it. Your village and your house are being rebuilt, and in the meantime we have a place for you to stay," Sakura told her. "No. Sakura, I couldn't impose." "Kimi, don't be silly. Naruto, being the village hero and me being the head medical nin of the village, were able to get things arranged. You have an apartment until your house is finished. It's not all that big, but it will do. But I have no money," she said softly as Sakura shook her head. "Don't worry about a thing." Sakura saw Kimi look at her confused. "Naruto didn't tell you everything about himself, did he?" Kimi shrugged. "Well, he is the village hero and really the hero of the world. He saved everyone during the last war. If you would like to move to one of the other lands or major villages, we can arrange that also. Naruto's best friends are in high positions in the other villages." "What do you mean?" Kimi asked, confused. "I'm surprised he never bragged." Sakura rolled her eyes. "Naruto's friends with the Raikage brother, B. He made friends with the Mizukage, Tsuchikage during the war, and his best friend is the Kazekage." "Wow. Really? He never told me any of that." Sakura nodded with a smile. "The Kazekage's sister is actually on her way here now. She and Shikamaru work on planning the Chunin exams together and she comes to spend time with him." "Wow. So you guys have like VIP passes everywhere?" Kimi smiled as Sakura laughed softly. "For the most part, Naruto's the only one who can get away with everything though," Sakura clarified as Naruto and Toru walked back in. "Did he say bye to everyone?" she asked and saw Naruto nod. "I'll go work on the paperwork then." She left as Naruto walked over and sat in the chair to the side. "Naruto," Kimi said, getting his attention. "Why didn't you ever mention all the Kages were your friends?" Naruto looked out at the nurse's station at Sakura filling out papers and narrowed his eyes. "It was never important." She looked at him before he sighed. "Because they're my friends. Their rank means nothing to our friendship. It's like all my friends here. They're all jonin and head of stuff. Me, I'm still genin rank." "How are you genin?" she asked, shocked. "First test Orochimaru attacked, next one I missed because I was training with the pervy sage. And this last one I was out training again. Ranks don't matter, as long as I can do what I have to do. Besides, Granny knows where I should be." "Granny?" Kimi asked. "The brat seems he can call people whatever he wants," Tsunade said, walking into the room followed shortly by Sakura. "I call it as I see it," he told her. She turned and glared at him as Sakura hit his head. "Ow. Sakura-chan," he whined. "Thank you, Sakura," Tsunade said before turning back to Kimi. "Everything's set. Sakura just finished your papers and you're ready to leave. Thank you so much. I can never repay you." Kimi thanked and Tsunade shook her head. "You just take care of yourself and your son." She looked at the ceiling and sighed as she heard Naruto start to laugh. She looked over her shoulder as he tried to stop from bursting with laughter seconds before avoiding Sakura's hit. "Naruto!" Sakura yelled before he took off out the door laughing. "He's such a child sometimes." Sakura growled in frustration. "You're the one who picked him," Tsunade told her as she sighed. Don't remind me. She turned to look out the door at Naruto standing close by. Naruto. She trailed off as she walked out of the room. They are nothing like the others I have seen in here. Kimi smiled as Tsunade smirked and nodded. Those two can be a handful at times. Naruto has a long list of things he's done to keep even the ANBU on their toes. Add in the others and I'm surprised I have a village at all some days. Kimi laughed, as Teru looked at them confused. Sakura told me they have a place for you to stay until you've decided where you want to live. Yes. She told me I could go to any place I want. She looked at Tsunade who nodded. All 5 main countries are working together as best we can, and it helps that we're all tied together by Naruto. Kimi nodded. Were you thinking about moving to one of the others? I have an aunt in the Sand Village. Kimi shrugged. Just let Naruto know and I'm sure he'll set you up with everything. Kimi nodded and Tsunade left. Sakura walked back in with a small smile. Naruto's going to meet us there. Gaara came with his sister this time and he couldn't pass up a chance to annoy him. The 2 women walked out with Teru holding Kimi's hand and headed towards the place Sakura and Naruto had found for her. 3 months later Naruto and Sakura were dancing together at Shikamaru and Temari's wedding. Looking around they thought about how much things had changed. Niji and Tenten had married 2 months ago. Ino and Choji were about to be married in 3.5 months and even Kiba and Hinata were engaged. Naruto felt Sakura move closer as she laid her head on his chest, both swaying gently to the music. Naruto bent a bit, kissed the top of her head, and wrapped his arms tighter around her. You want one? He asked finally, making her look up at him confused. Niji and Tenten are married, Shikamaru and Temari are now married, Ino and Choji are next and then Kiba and Hinata. Do you want one? Naruto. She trailed off as she moved back a bit to look up at him. I told you before you're stuck with me. No matter if we have a wedding or not. You're not getting rid of me. She saw him grin down at her before he kissed her. He hated getting dressed up, especially since all of their friends had asked them to be in each wedding, but he did enjoy seeing how beautiful she was in each dress. They pulled back and talked softly as Tsunade stood to the side talking with Kakashi and several other older ninja, watching the younger generation spend time with their loved ones. Suddenly they saw Naruto pull away from Sakura with a grin before he started pulling her with him and outside. The older ninja raised their brow but they knew better than to go snooping. Especially with those 2. They had already made it perfectly clear, by what they did to their friends, that they didn't tolerate snooping around. Come on. He said as they left the building. Naruto, where are we going? She asked amused as he continued to tug her behind him until he turned and scooped her into his arms quickly and took off. He set her on her feet with a smile. Why are we on the Hokage monument? She asked him, still amused by his antics. She turned around to face him and saw him kneeling. She gasped seeing the small ring in the little velvet box. Sakura-chan dash. Naruto. She cut him off before she looked into his bright blue eyes with tears in her own. You don't even need to ask. She told him and smiled at him. I'm yours. She told him, making him grin and stand up. You are so not a normal girl. He told her with a chuckle, making her laugh. Let me guess, you talked to the other guys and they said a dinner and all the moves. Naruto nodded and she couldn't help but smile. You should know me by now. She told him before he bent down, giving her a passionate kiss. I love you, Sakura-chan. He told her as he slipped the ring on her finger. And I do know you, that's why I had the ring made special so nothing will happen when you have to fight. She laughed before their lips met again in another passionate kiss. We better go back. We can't just disappear and never go back. She told him, making him nod and follow obediently. They walked in to see the women gathered together talking and laughing as the men sat in the corner trying to hide. Where did you go? Kakashi asked as Naruto sat down and only shrugged. There was no reason to tell everyone about what just happened. They would find out sooner or later. Suddenly a scream from the women made everyone look over. All the women were smiling brightly as they spoke. "What is going on over there?" Tsunade asked as she walked over to them, and Naruto sat back in his seat, in the corner trying to become invisible. Luckily, no one was looking at him, they were all watching the women trying to figure out what was going on. The women looked over and all the men became nervous. "I think we're in trouble," Kiba said, worried. "Not we're," Shikamaru said before he looked at Naruto, who was trying to stay completely still. "Right, Naruto?" Everyone looked at him and he just shrugged. "What are you so quiet for all of a sudden, brat?" Tsunade asked. "You finally did it, huh?" Shikamaru said, making the others who still hadn't caught on confused. Naruto nodded and ran his hand through his hair. "You were carrying that thing around for like the last 2.5 months. Wait," Kiba said, finally catching on. "Really? You have the guts to fight God knows what on the battlefield, but it took you this long to ask her to marry you?" The others looked at Naruto shocked as he groaned. "I'd rather be fighting right now," he groaned as he watched Tsunade look back at the women. "Well, congratulations. Guess you will be one of us." Kiba laughed, making fun of him. "So when were you going to tell everyone?" Tsunade asked as she took a seat next to Kakashi, who was just sitting quietly in his seat with a smirk under his mask. "Eventually," he told her as she rolled her eyes. "It's about time, brat," she told him with a small smile as he stared at her, confused and slightly surprised. "You and her, it's about time you tied the knot." Naruto pulled everything back and a smile grew on his face. Soon Sakura would be his wife. She and he were actually going to get married. She would be Mrs. Naruto Uzumaki. The rest of the night was filled with celebration for the newlyweds and the soon-to-be-wed. Naruto sat with Sakura watching Ino and Choji on the dance floor swaying around with their guests. Naruto reached out, taking Sakura's hand that was sitting on the table, making her look at him. She turned her hand palm up to hold his hand as they looked out at their friends on the dance floor again, as she absent-mindedly played with the ring on his finger. They had been married for a month and a half now. They had a small wedding with only a few friends and Tsunade to officiate the marriage. Neither one of them wanted nor needed a big wedding like the others. She had wished her mother would have shown up, but she knew it was too much to ask for from the woman after she had basically disowned her when she decided to move in with Naruto. She felt him squeeze her hand, making her look at him. "You okay?" he asked her, making her smile. He always knew when she was starting to think too hard on things. She gave a small nod and shifted in their seat to lean against him as the reception continued. "Ino looks really happy," Sakura mused and felt Naruto nod. "Did you get everything you needed this morning?" She looked at him. "Yeah. I grabbed everything and I picked up a few extra scrolls for you. I figured I could seal a few of your medical stuff in them for you. Those scrolls Granny gave me from my dad's work really help," he explained. "What do you mean?" Sakura asked. She remembered back to the day Tsunade had given him the scrolls. Flashback. Naruto and Sakura were walking through the village getting some things for the apartment when Tsunade walked up to them with Shizune beside her. Villagers and shop owners all said good morning to her and she nodded her response. "Trying to get out of more work, Granny?" Naruto asked with a grin before Sakura elbowed him in the side. "Naruto," she scolded as he smiled at her. "Actually, I was trying to find you," she told him. "Why?" he asked, confused, before she shook her head. "When you're done, come to my office. I have something for you." She saw Sakura look at him before adding, "Sakura, you can come too." She nodded to her teacher before Tsunade and Shizune walked away, leaving the two to look at each other confused. "Let's finish here and take everything home and then we can see what she wanted," Sakura told Naruto, who nodded. They paid for their items and turned towards home with Sakura's arm wrapped around Naruto's. They dropped their things off at the apartment they now shared and made their way to the Hokage's office. Sakura knocked and they heard Tsunade's voice yelling for them to enter. They walked in to see a rather large box on her desk. She stood up from behind her desk. "Shut the door," Sakura did as she was told and took the last few steps to stand beside Naruto. "What's going on?" Sakura asked, curious, as Tsunade walked around her desk to lean back on it as she spoke. "Do you know anything about your parents?" she asked, making Sakura look at Naruto, who furrowed his brows. "The third thought it would be best if you never knew, to keep everyone in the dark so your father's enemies never found you. At least until you could protect yourself." "You know who his father is?" Sakura asked, looking back at her teacher, who nodded and focused her eyes back on Naruto. "You do too, don't you?" she asked as Naruto looked at her and nodded. Figures that perverted sage couldn't keep his mouth shut. She sighed as she turned to look out the window at the village. "He never told me," Naruto said, making both Tsunade and Sakura look at him. "When I was fighting pain and lost control, I was about to pull the seal off and he stopped me." Tsunade furrowed her brow, confused as she listened to him. "He sealed his chakra in me in case the seal needed to be redone. He resealed it and then we talked. He was a very skilled ninja," Tsunade said with a small smile. "What did he tell you?" "That he believed I would find the answer to stop everything, and he told me his was my dad," Naruto explained. "He didn't have much time to tell me a lot. But when I trained with B, I got to know more. My mom explained everything." "What do you mean?" Sakura asked him. "Who are they? What happened?" "My mom was from the Whirlpool village and had special chakra, so she came here to take over being the host for the 9 Tails." Sakura looked at Tsunade as she continued. "Her name was Kushina Uzumaki. She took over as the host when it was time for my grandmother to pass away. She was one of the few who was nearly never affected by the 9 Tails chakra. But it reacts to anger," Sakura said, looking at Tsunade. "Are you saying she never got angry or hated anyone?" "Kushina had a temper of her own. But her chakra was special and she was able to control it better. She and Minato were sent on several missions together after he rescued her from kidnappers. They became a perfect team and fell in love, which held the Kyuubi off farther," Tsunade told her and looked at Naruto. "When your parents died, the third grabbed a bunch of Minato and Kushina's things that needed to be kept safe and gave them to Kakashi to hold until you were old enough to learn the truth. He said you knew something about your father, and considering you two are getting married in a few weeks, I think it's time you got everything they left." Sakura looked at Naruto, who only looked at Tsunade before her eyes focused back on her teacher. "What happened to them?" she asked softly. "The fake Madara attacked the night I was born," Naruto started. "My mom told me that the seal is its weakest when the host gives birth. The fake Madara broke the seal while my dad got me safe. He got my mom safe next and went to fight the Kyuubi. From what my mom said, he transported them out of the village and they worked together to stop him. He used a jutsu to seal some of the Kyuubi's chakra, and when that was done they were talking about sealing the Kyuubi in me. The Kyuubi tried to kill Naruto and his parents jumped in front of him to protect him. Minato used his last bit of chakra to seal the Kyuubi in Naruto, and apparently some of his and Kushina's chakra as well," Tsunade continued. Sakura looked at her, trying to piece everything together. "You never told Sakura who they were?" Sakura looked at Naruto, who shook his head. "What's the point? As soon as everyone finds out, they will be acting like they never thought anything bad or did anything to me when I was growing up." He shrugged. "Being the son of the fourth wouldn't really make a difference." Sakura looked at him as everything fell into place. "Naruto." She trailed off, making him look at her. "But all those people, they were grateful that you protected the village. They treated you like a hero then. Why not tell everyone? What would it change?" "It would make them grovel and suck up," Tsunade said as Sakura thought a minute and then nodded. "They would all want to be your best friend." She understood. These are the things that Kakashi had been keeping safe. Tsunade turned to the box. "There is information on their jutsus and other notes like that, as well as the keys to the little house." Naruto looked at her confused. Minato kept a little house outside the village. It was somewhat of a safe house, but he basically lived there. No one really went to it, If he was needed, he was in the village, usually at Kushina's apartment. So no one knows about them? Sakura asked. Minato told Kakashi so that if anything happened he would be able to tell you one day. The third knew because he helped Minato and Kushina arrange everything. I found out from Jiraiya. Jiraiya was Dash. He taught my dad and his team when my dad was a genin. Naruto finished. And he became my godfather later on. Most of the villager knew they were together, but it never traveled farther. Even if it had, Minato's enemies would stay away as long as he was there to protect them. Then how can everyone not know? Sakura asked, frustrated as she remembered how the villagers had treated Naruto as he grew up. If they had known who he really was, they would have all taken care of him and treated him like a hero. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. Because they were told that all three died during the attack. Tsunade explained. Once that was said, there was no reason to see the resemblance, no reason to treat Naruto the way Minato and Kushina wanted. To them he was just a random child Minato sealed the Kyuubi into. Sakura looked at Naruto as he reached over to run his hand gently on her back to calm her a bit. At least I know who my friends are and not have everyone pretend to like me because of my dad. He told her, making her sigh. It's still not right. She told him as he just shrugged. Well, consider this a wedding present from them. Tsunade said, making both look back at her before they walked over to the box. Naruto carefully took the lid from the box and looked in to see scrolls and papers stacked neatly. Thanks, Granny. He said softly and saw her nod before he put the lid back on, picking it up, and the two left to go home and go through what they had in the box as Sakura processed everything she had learned today. They decided that telling their friends was a good idea in case word got out about Naruto, and Minato's enemies decided to take revenge for things he had done. They spent the next day talking to their friends and telling them about Naruto's parents. Flashback. You finally figured out how to use that one sealing scroll? She asked with a smile as she remembered how frustrated he became as he continually tried to learn everything his parents had created or noted on. He was even able to expand a few of the jutsus and make them his own. Naruto nodded. Everything's all set for use to leave tomorrow morning. He told her. Figure we're only going to be gone a few days to get things arranged for the Chunin exams. And for you to take the opportunity to annoy Gaara. Sakura smiled, knowing him well enough to know his real plans behind not complaining about their mission to the sand. He smirked and shrugged before he kissed her forehead, making her give a content sigh. We should get home so we can leave early in the morning. It's not like we'll be able to leave when we want. Kakashi-sensei will make us wait an extra hour before we can leave. Naruto grumbled, making her laugh a bit as she pushed off him and sat up again. Come on. Let's say goodnight to everyone and go home. He continued to grumble about how they had to wake up early as he followed her to tell their friends they were going home so they could leave the next morning. Naruto put the last of his scrolls into his backpack and sighed, knowing he had to wake Sakura up. He put his backpack to the side and walked into the bedroom to see Sakura still sound asleep. She had cocooned herself with the blankets after he had gotten out of bed. Naruto gave a small smile. Slowly he walked over, bent a bit and brushed her hair back out of her face. Sakura-chan. He whispered. It's time to get going. He said as she shifted to avoid being woken up. Sakura-chan. He said again as he reached out and pulled the blankets down a bit. Too early. She grumbled, making Naruto chuckle. Now who's going to sleep all day? He asked, making her crack her eyes to look at him and see him grinning. Come on, we have to at least beat Kakashi-sensei. Sakura sighed as she rolled onto her back and looked up at him. They had only been together as a couple for a year now, but it felt like they had been a couple for much of their lives. Come on. He stood up as she sighed and threw back the covers to stand up. I'll be ready in 20 minutes. She told him. A half hour later, she walked into the living room and found Naruto dozing on the couch. She smiled as she walked over behind the couch and ran a hand over his head as she leaned onto the back. You're 10 minutes late. He hummed, making her smile. I'm a woman, I'm allowed to be late. She told him, making him smile as she turned his head and looked at her. Come on, everyone should be showing up at the gate. He nodded before they grabbed their things and they were off to meet the others. Nice of you to join us, Temari said as the two walked up to them. Figured you could use some company, Sakura said with a smile, making Temari smirk. Considering I thought Hinata and I would be stuck with Dog Boy and Lazy, I welcome the company, Temari told Sakura, making the two men grumble as she women smiled. Kakashi-sensei here yet? Naruto asked. He's never here on time. Sakura rolled her eyes. They waited another 5 minutes before Kakashi walked over to them. Everyone ready? He asked. We've all been ready, Naruto complained, but Kakashi only nodded with a smile. Well then, let's go, Kakashi announced before the group left. I thought you two would have been the first ones at the gate, Kakashi said to Sakura as he walked with her and Naruto. Have trouble waking Naruto up again? Sakura was about to answer when they heard Naruto chuckle. I was up hours before her. She's the one who didn't want to wake up, Naruto protested as Sakura gave him a slight glare. What? He asked her as Kakashi smiled. It was hard getting up after being out so late last night, Temari defended Sakura. Over the last year, Temari had moved to the village to be closer to Shikamaru after dating for 6 months, and the two women had become fast friends. There was so much to do for Ino and Choji's wedding, and then all the dancing and being out late. It can really wear a person out. It was really nice though, Sakura commented. Ino looked really good in her dress, Hinata added, making the other two women nod in agreement. The 4 men and Akamaru watched the 3 women walk closer to continue talking about the wedding. It was very big. It seemed much bigger than yours and Shikamaru's. I think it was, Temari told her. We had the essential people from his clan and then a few friends from the sand. It was only as big as it was because we had to have the Nara clan all be there. She looked at Sakura. I would have rather had one like you had. Close friends, just something small and then a little party after. It's more of a romantic wedding. Sakura nodded with a smile, glancing at Naruto as he walked with the men who grumbled about the women. They had been traveling for hours when they made their way through a small mountain range. Emerging on the other side, they were stopped seeing a group of about 15 men with Sasuke and his team standing in front of them. They all shifted ready for anything as Sasuke chuckled and walked a few steps closer. Look at that. The prey comes to the hunters, Sasuke said. Guess you're anxious to die. In a blink of an eye he had pulled his sword, swung at Naruto, only to have it blocked. Naruto stood with a kunai in his hand, holding Sasuke's sword from getting near him. You've gotten faster since the last time we fought, Dobe. He pushed off and moved out of the way. If Naruto was able to stop his movements, then he was going to have to around him for now. He scanned the faces of the others who were standing behind him, all ready to fight. His eyes stopped at Sakura. She was always Naruto's weak spot, and even years later he was willing to bet it was no different. He shifted his stance to attack. Don't even think about it, Sasuke, Naruto warned as she moved in front of Sakura. You came after me, let's end this, he told him as Sasuke glared at him. In a matter of seconds, the little mountain range was a battlefield, Sasuke's group fighting against Naruto and his friends until suddenly Sasuke pulled back. Naruto was cut up and bleeding almost as badly as Sasuke was. The others were worn and beat up, but they had been able to give more than they had received. Sasuke called for his team to pull back. Naruto, Sakura called, running to his side as he went down to one knee. Naruto. She bent down to steady him. You okay? He asked her as she nodded. She had cuts and gashes and was worn out, but nothing that was life-threatening. Don't worry about me, I'm fine, she told him as she quickly started to heal his large gashes. Naruto looked back at Sasuke as the others gathered around. Sasuke was in worse condition than Naruto, but he was pushing against his protesting body as he speed through hand signs. Naruto pulled what he had left and charged at Sasuke. He didn't know what jutsu the man was trying to complete, but he wasn't going to let him finish. Naruto swung his kunai only to see a bright white light and then nothing. Who is he? Naruto heard a man's voice say. I don't know. He just appeared here. A deeper man's voice said. He doesn't look too good, we should get Rin to take a look at him and then see what the captain wants to do. The first one said. Naruto groaned as he forced his eyes open. You're awake. You found more? A third man said as he walked into the little clearing. There are 3 others to the west a bit. 2 women and a man. They all have Konoha headbands. These 2 also. The first man said. There was a pause before he spoke again. Good, now both of you are awake. Who are you? I would ask your buddy, but he seems pretty beat up. Naruto slowly looked around before sitting up quickly, ignoring the protest of his injuries. Hey, you should take it easy. Our medic is on her way, she's just checking out the others we found. The third man said as he walked closer to Naruto. Naruto pushed himself to his feet before he fell to a knee in pain. Naruto. He heard as he took a slow breath to control the pain. He looked over to see Kakashi slowly pushing up to walk over to him. You said you found 2 women and a man. Naruto said, looking at the 3 men. Did one of the women have pink hair? The third man, tall with wild black hair and black eye, looked at him with furrowed brows before he gave a nod. How dash he was cut off as Naruto was gone. Where'd he go? He asked, looking around. A tall blonde man with deep blue eyes walked into the clearing with a short brunette beside him. Kakashi's eyes went wide as he looked at them. The blonde walked closer, looking at him confused. Kakashi? He asked. What are you doing out here? You're supposed to be on a mission in the land of lightning. Sensei. Kakashi said, trailing off, staring at his old teacher. Is going on? Kakashi heard, making him look beyond the 2 to see Kiba on Akamaru's back, hands tied, with Temari sitting behind him the same. Kakashi? Temari asked as she looked around. Where's Shikamaru? The other one took off when he heard there was a woman with pink hair not far from here. The third man said. Then let's head over to the other group. Besides, you should know where he went, you're a tracker after all, Kazu. The first man said. So amusing, Kaori. Kazu rolled his eyes at the man before Kakashi pushed to his feet and walked over to Kiba and Temari with his teacher following him. Kakashi, what are you doing? He asked as Kakashi started untying Kiba and Temari. They are not enemy, and if what I think is going on, they'll be of some use to get everyone to safety. He explained before looking at Kiba. Naruto heard Sakura's to the west and took off. Kiba nodded as Temari climbed off the back of Akamaru and the 3 took off. Kakashi. The second man said sternly. They'll be with the others. Kakashi said before he took off, making the others follow him. He didn't know what was going on exactly, but he knew something was very wrong and he wasn't going to have the others unable to protect themselves. Landing in the little clearing with the others who followed him, he saw Hinata sitting up talking to Kiba softly as Temari shook Shikamaru to wake him. Naruto sat to the side with Sakura leaning back against him. Kakashi walked over to Naruto slowly with the others. Naruto. They heard Sakura say softly. Kakashi knelt down, making Naruto look at him. She okay? Kakashi asked. She's worn. Naruto told him. She tried to pull one of her new jutsus right before everything messed up. Kakashi nodded. Sakura had been working on many jutsus for healing her team quickly and effectively, but she had also begun to develop several offensive jutsus. Each unused an immense amount of chakra. She had been working on ways to lessen their effect on her, and she was slowly developing ways, but they still used a large amount. Naruto. Sakura whispered again, making both men look at her. So tired. Kakashi. They heard, making them turn and look at the tall blonde. Naruto's eyes went wide as he stared at the man. He couldn't tear his eyes from what he saw. Kakashi-sensei. He questioned without looking away. I don't know Naruto. Kakashi told him, making Naruto tear away and look at his teacher. I don't know what's going on. He looked at Hinata as she stood beside Kiba and Akamaru. Hinata, see if you can boost Sakura's chakra. Hinata nodded and went to work as Kakashi stood up and walked closer to the people who found them. You want to explain? Is going on now, Kakashi? They heard. Shikamaru's eyes went wide and Kiba could only stare. Asuma. Shikamaru whispered. He couldn't believe his eyes. How do you know my name? Asuma asked, ready to pull his blades. Minato-sensei. Kakashi said. I think I have an idea as to what happened. Minato nodded as the others watched. I am not sure of the details, but I believe the jutsu our enemy used was used to send us back in time. Back in time? Kazu laughed from behind Minato. Come on, there's no way to do that. Sensei, there were signs used that I've only ever seen Kushina-san use. Minato looked at Kakashi, thinking for a minute. So you and them were sent back in time? Kaori asked as he walked closer to stand beside Minato. Kakashi nodded. We were sent to the sand to help plan the Chunin exams. We were just before the border to the land of rivers and we were attacked. I don't know where our enemy learned this jutsu, but that is what I believe happened. And them? Are they ninja as well? Kazu asked as he looked at the group, noticing for the first time Kiba with Akamaru. Yes. Kakashi nodded and glanced at the others. What are their names? Minato asked. Kakashi looked at him and then the others as he thought. Kakashi? Sensei, they are children of ninja. Kakashi said, glancing around. You mean there are kids? Kazu asked as his eyes went to Kiba before looking at Kakashi again, who nodded. What are their names? Minato asked again. Kakashi took a small breath and turned. Kiba Inuzuka, his nin Ken, Akamaru. Hinata Hyuga, Shikamaru Nara, his wife Temari from the Sand Village. And that's Naruto Uzumaki and his wife Sakura Haruno. Kakashi looked at his teacher and the others as they stared at the younger ninja. Uzumaki? Minato asked, looking at Kakashi, neither noticing as Naruto walked over. Things happened and I was raised with my mother's name. Naruto told him as he stopped in front of him. Everyone looked between the two. They looked extremely similar, with only slight differences. Their outfits were different. Naruto's eyes were a different shape and he had his ever-present whiskers. Sakura's still out. Hinata's trying to heal some of the injuries so her body stops focusing on them and starts to boost her chakra. He explained, looking back at Kakashi. Can she travel? Kakashi asked. Naruto nodded. I can carry her. Akamaru can carry her. Kiba said, walking over with the others. If we're attacked, that's going to be the best way to keep her safe. Naruto nodded slowly. Naruto, what about Kyubi? Temari asked. Kyubi? Asuma asked, as everyone looked at them worried. Naruto closed his eyes for a minute before looking back at them. He said it could work. I just have to mix his with mine. Naruto explained and looked at Sakura. Just do enough to get her moving, alright. Kakashi told him. You were injured pretty badly. Even if Sakura healed some of the wounds, you still shouldn't push it too far. Naruto nodded before he walked back over to kneel beside Hinata. What's this about the Kyubi? Minato asked Kakashi. Naruto has the Kyubi sealed in him, and about 4.5 years ago he and the Kyubi made a deal to work together. He completely controls the Kyubi? Kaori asked. Even the first wife couldn't do that. Why does he have the Kyubi? What happened to Kushina? Naruto is very different. Kakashi smirked, looking at his student before back at Kaori. Like Naruto said. Things happened. Moments later, they saw the red chakra flowing around Naruto. As they became more and more worried, a blue started to seep out and mix with it as well. Naruto concentrated and pulled it all into his hand as it mixed and tinted into a purple before he held it over Sakura's heart and very slowly pushed it into her chest. Naruto sat back breathing extremely heavy and watched as Sakura's eyes opened. He smiled at her before he started to fall. Hinata steadied him as Sakura sat up and reached out to hold him in place. Everyone walked over as Naruto collected himself and slowed his breathing. "You okay, Naruto?" Sakura asked him. "I'm fine, just took a lot to combine Kurama's chakra and mine and pass it to you." She furrowed her brow. "I'm fine," he repeated as she rolled her eyes. She started pushing herself to her feet as she looked at Kakashi, being the closest to Naruto after Hinata stepped back. "Kakashi-sensei." She trailed off as he nodded and they both reached out to help Naruto stand up. "You okay?" she asked Naruto again, making him nod. "We'll have to travel slowly for a little while until you gain your strength back," Kakashi told him as Sakura took Naruto's weight and Kakashi turned back to Minato and the others. "I think it would be best if we could talk with Kushina-san about the jutsu." Minato nodded and the group started back to the village. The older ninja taking glances at the others occasionally as they walked, all talking softly to each other. It didn't take Naruto long to gain his strength back and the Kyuubi to finish healing his wounds. Minato stopped the group to rest for a few minutes before continuing, saying they were still an hour from the border of the waterfall country and the land of fire. As they all sat to rest a few minutes, the older ninja watched and spoke to Kakashi softly about the younger ninja. "If you would like to get to know them, you should talk to them. Although they may not want to tell you about the future in case it could change the outcome." Kakashi paused a moment before adding, "Unless you were to perform a memory jutsu when we left. It's the only way to make sure that the future continues as it should, no matter what." Minato just continued to watch Naruto sit and talk to Sakura and their friends as the others nodded. "I wouldn't mind that if I got to know what my daughter is like," Kaori said, watching Sakura as she smiled at Naruto. "What do you say, Minato?" Minato glanced at the others before he nodded. "We'll get everything figured out and all of you back to where you belong," Minato told Kakashi. "Once it is done, we will perform the memory jutsu." He agreed before looking at Kazu and Kaori. "Talk to them if you want to. Rin and Asuma. Set up camp. We'll rest here for the night and keep moving in the morning." The two nodded and went about their business. Kazu and Kaori looked at their children, not sure as to how to really start talking to them. "They would really like to talk to you," Kakashi told them. "Kazu-san, you left when Kiba was young. Kaori-san, you were killed in an attack when Sakura was a baby." The two looked at him shocked as Minato looked at Kakashi as if wanting to know what his future held, but not really. "Naruto was never able to meet you or Kushina-san. The day he was born there was an attack and you were both killed." "Both?" Kaori asked, shocked. Kakashi nodded. "He's had a very difficult life, and I am sure he would like to know you and Kushina-san while he has the chance." Minato gave a small nod before he walked towards the group. Kaori, Kazu, and Kakashi watched as he bent down, making the others stop talking and look at him as he spoke. "We're going to be stopping here for the night and leaving early in the morning," Minato told them. "How early?" Kiba asked. "Hopefully before the sun comes up so we can get as much movement out of the day as possible," Minato replied before he saw everyone look at Naruto. "You might want to start waking Naruto up at midnight," Shikamaru told Minato, who looked at Naruto as he rolled his eyes. "Like you're any better. Always laying around, never doing any work," Naruto told Shikamaru, who waved off his accusations. "He's got a point, little boy." Temari smirked as the others started to laugh. Minato watched as the group threw insults at each other and laughed like they had never had anything happen to them. Kakashi smirked as he walked over to crouch beside Naruto, followed by Kaori and Kazu, who sat watching the group. After a while, they quieted down and Naruto looked at the older ninja. "By the way, who are you guys?" he asked and saw Sakura glance at Kaori before looking down sadly. "Kazu and Izuka," Kiba said with a smirk. "Haven't seen you since I was a kid, but I never forget a scent." Kazu looked at Kiba and smirked. "Sakura-chan." Naruto trailed off, making her look at him, then back at Kaori. "This is Kaori Haruno." Naruto furrowed his brow, still confused. He's my dad. Naruto's blue eyes flew to Kaori. Why do you seem so upset? Minato asked her. Sakura looked at him as she took a small breath. He died when I was just a baby. He was killed in the same attack that you and Naruto's mom was killed in. It's because of that my mom had so many problems with Naruto and everything that happened. She looked down, wishing her mother hadn't acted the way she had, even though she understood the reasons. She still wished it had all happened so differently. My mom raised me on her own and... She paused before shaking her head. I'm going to see if the others need help setting up a campsite for the night. She excused herself, pushing herself to her feet. She walked away. Naruto watched her leave as Minato and Kaori looked at him as if waiting for him to go after her. Why was she so upset? Kaori asked and watched as Naruto looked back at him. Her mom hated me. Dealt with us being on the same team cause it was just a team for the ranks, but after missions we went on and the war where Sakura wound up hurt because of me or exhausted from healing my wounds, she started hating me more. She yelled at Sakura one day when we first started dating and tried everything to talk Sakura out of going out with me. A little bit after that Sakura moved into my place and she basically disowned her. Naruto explained before looking back in the direction Sakura had walked. I'd better go talk to her, he said as he stood and wandered off to find her. Akemi really did all that? Kaori asked Kakashi, who nodded. Naruto said that Akemi told Sakura that you would be rolling over in your grave if you knew she was going out with the monster that killed you. Kakashi told him. Sakura left and hasn't spoken to her mother since. Temari told them. She had been with Ino and Sakura when Sakura had told them, almost right after it happened. She was really torn up about it. Her mom didn't even go to their wedding. Kaori glanced in the direction his daughter had wandered. Why would she call Naruto a monster? Minato asked, confused. The Kyuubi did a lot of damage. Everyone saw Naruto as the Kyuubi and not Naruto. Kiba told him. The adults beat him and the kids learned from their parents. I remember walking through the village with my dad and seeing one of the shopkeepers beating on him. My dad stopped him, but that was it. Shikamaru told them. He didn't believe Naruto should have been treated like that, but he was uneasy about the fact he carried the Kyuubi. So he wasn't like the other parents who kept their kids away. He and Chozo let me and Choji play with him, but that was only when others were around to watch. Mom was the same. Kiba said. How is it that you are all friends if that is how you were raised? Kaori asked. Naruto is special. Shikamaru shrugged. He was the class clown in the academy. I eventually joined in. Shikamaru and Choji came in later for being lazy mostly, and we all skipped class together to just go out and play and all. Kiba explained. Naruto has an ability to make people see more sides to things. Kakashi joined in. He's turned a few enemies into his friends and saved the village and the world along the way. Them and a few others looked pasted everything and they all became good friends. We take care of each other and work hard to be as strong as Naruto is. Hinata told them with a small smile. All but one. Kiba scoffed, making the three older ninja look at him. What do you mean? Minato wondered. Naruto and Sakura were assigned to my team as well as another. Kakashi explained. He got caught up in revenge and became Naruto's rival. The two have been going back and forth for years, Naruto trying to bring him back but never succeeding. The last few years I realized there's no way he's coming back. Naruto said as he walked over. Sakura will be back in a bit. He looked at Kaori. She was really close to her mom. Kaori nodded. What about this other teammate? Minato asked. He left and joined Orochimaru and moved on to others like him. We battled back and forth the last few years trying to kill the other. He's not going to rest until I'm out of the way so he can destroy the village. Can he do that? Kazu asked. He's kicked our asses more times than I even want to think about. Kiba told his father. He attacked the medical camp during the war. Sakura added as she walked over. I'm sorry I left. It's hard to think of everything we've been through and wishing desperately to have you around then to have you in front of me. She shrugged as Kaori nodded understanding. He attacked a medical camp? Kaori asked, getting Sakura's mind off what happened with her mother. Yes. He attacked and tried to kill everyone. Luckily between Naruto and I we were able to hold him off so Shizune and the others could get the wounded to safety. Would have kicked his ass too if I didn't have clones in 10 different places all using Kurama's chakra while I fought 7 of the tailed beasts. Naruto added. He got away but not without getting as good as he gave. He grinned. Brag all you want, all I hear about is you getting your ass hooped by him. Temari teased, making the others laugh. That's because we don't have anything left to attack and he gets away. You only see what he did to me, you never see how badly off he is. He defended. Of course you kick his ass. Sakura said, patting his arm, making him glare at her before they all burst with laughter at him. Laugh all you want, I'm just not going to save you anymore. He said, crossing his arms across his chest before Sakura grabbed his arm and smiled at him. So this teammate is tough? Kazu asked. He's the one who did the jutsu to send us back here. Kakashi told him. We need to get this all figured out as fast as we can. Shikamaru broke in. With Naruto and us here, there's only a few left who have a slight chance of standing up against him if he attacks, and that's including the Hokage. Naruto nodded in agreement. Who is the Hokage? Kaori asked. Tsunade. Kakashi told him. Naruto and Lord Jiraiya went to get her and brought her back after the third was killed. Kakashi explained about what had happened to the third as Naruto looked down sadly and Sakura laced her fingers with his. We should all get some rest if we are leaving early tomorrow. Minato said as Asuma and Rin walked over after finishing making camp. Naruto, do you have enough chakra? Sakura asked, making the older ninja look at them confused. Naruto nodded as he stood and made a clone who sat closing his eyes. Minato and the others watched as in a minute the clone opened his eyes in Toad Sage form. This way we can all actually rest. She explained to the older ninja. Minato looked at Naruto surprised. How long have you been able to do full Toad Sage? He asked his son, who smirked. Since I was 16. Naruto told him. We're 20 now. Sakura clarified. Naruto has had to master a lot of things to be able to protect himself and everyone else. She smiled at Naruto, who hooked his hands behind his head and grinned. Although he does not need an ego boost, she rolled her eyes as she looked from Naruto to Minato. He is considered a master sealer, and is the Toad Sage. He's one of the strongest ninja in the world. You're not far behind him. Hinata said with a small smile. What do you mean? Minato asked. I'm not all that much higher than the others. Sakura shook her head as Naruto chuckled. Sakura-chan, you became Jonin at 16, head of the hospital and medical division at 17, and you're called the Slug Sage. Naruto listed. Kakashi smirked, as he added, not to mention you're both in the bingo book around the world. And you're only 20? Kaori asked. Well, what do you expect from the kids of the great Minato and Kaori? Right? Kazu laughed as Minato and Kaori smirked as they nodded. Get some rest, if we head out early enough we should make it to the village tomorrow night. Minato said before he walked away and everyone settled in to rest for the night. The group arrived at the village just after midnight. Kakashi and the younger ninja decided it was best to just head over to the Hokage Tower without being seen while Minato and the others reported into the third. A matter of an hour later the third Hokage walked out onto the roof with Minato, Kazu, and Kaori behind him. He looked at the group as they stood waiting. This is very interesting indeed. The third said as he walked closer. Very close resemblance. He said looking at Naruto. Your eyesight was better when I knew you, Gramps. Naruto laughed only to have Sakura hit him in the side. Ow. Sakura-chan. He whined. Naruto, you're lucky Shishu doesn't pummel you for calling her granny. You're not going to call the third Gramps. she told him. Granny's too old to catch me, that's why she sent you to do her dirty work. He winced as she hit him again and glared at him. Just like the old days. Kakashi sighed watching the two as the third looked at him. They have always been like this, although it's usually over Naruto throwing a fit about the mission you had given us. He looked at the two as they quieted down. Minato has told me what happened. I would like to help, but I have never heard of a jutsu that could do this. The third shook his head. Perhaps you should all get rest while we figure out how to fix what has been done. He suggested. My house has enough room for everyone. Kaori offered and saw the third nod. You may want to discuss this with Akemi before you bring your daughter home, considering you two were only just married. The third told him as Kaori nodded. I'll show you the house, Kaori said. And I'll talk to Akemi when we get there. We know where the house is, Sakura told him. Mom never moved. Kaori nodded. Besides, you can just say we are travelers and need a place to stay. I took Naruto's name when we married, so I'm not Sakura Haruno. I'm Sakura Uzumaki. She smiled as she looped her arm through Naruto's. You married? The third asked as Sakura nodded. Shikamaru and Temari got married 2 months before Naruto and we were married a month and a half ago. She explained. Still newlyweds. The third smiled. You look like you've been together a while. Technically they have, Kakashi told him as he glanced at his 2 students. They went through the academy together and were placed on the same team when they were 13. So you two not only are a good couple, you work well together on the battlefield. The third looked back at Naruto and Sakura. They're one of the best teams in the village, Shikamaru said. I'm in charge of statistic placement of ninja and teams. They're 2 of the strongest in the village, and the best team there is to put up against the odds. The odds usually against you? The Hokage asked him. They always used to be, but these 2 have gone against big foe and always come out alive. They are usually my front line, Shikamaru explained. I thought Sakura was a medic? Kaori asked, looking at his daughter. I trained under Lady Tsunade. I'm a medic, but I'm also as strong as she is. Besides, someone needs to be in the front to keep Naruto under control. She looked up at him as he looked at her, confused. She looked back at her father and the others with a small smile. Naruto trained under Lord Jiraiya, I trained under Lady Tsunade. We know all of their techniques and then some. 2 of the 3 Sannin trained you? Kazu asked, impressed. Sakura nodded before Naruto shifted to look behind him seconds before a tall woman dropped to the roof. She stood up and smiled, her red hair trailing down her back. Sakura looked at Naruto, who seemed to be frozen. She reached out and ran her hand over his arm, making him look at her as she gave him a small smile. Kushina, the third said as she walked closer, looking at Naruto's group. Who are they? She asked, not looking away. Minato looked at Naruto, who had turned back around and was waiting quietly. It's a long story, Minato told her, making her look at him confused. Don't worry about it. He shook his head as she furrowed her brows as if to pout, and Sakura couldn't help but giggle softly as she looked at Naruto. Kakashi watched as Sakura laughed a bit, looking from Kushina to Naruto as Kushina looked at her. What's so funny? She asked as Sakura glanced at the others for help. Kushina, Minato said, making her look at him. Something happened and they need to get home. Where are they from? She asked him. Kushina-san, Kakashi said, stepping forward to take over for his teacher. We were on a mission and ran into an enemy. He used a jutsu that had many signs that I've seen you use. Kushina furrowed her brow, looking at Kakashi as if trying to understand and complete the story in her head. What do you mean? She wondered. When you use signs for your jutsus, they're always slightly different. I asked about it once and you told me it was like a dialect. You needed to know the dialect to use certain jutsus. The jutsu that this enemy used, it used the same dialect. She looked at him a minute before putting her hand on her hip. What did the jutsu do? It took them back in time. Minato told her, making her turn and look at him to see if he was joking with her. They are from 21 years in the future. She turned back to Kakashi and the others look over them as she fit everything together. You're really from the future? She asked and saw them all nod. You are from this village in the future? Again they nodded. All except Temari. Kakashi explained. She is from the Sand Village. In our time, we are close friends with them and she was the ambassador until she moved here. Now her younger brother is the ambassador and their younger brother is the Kazekage. Kushina looked at all of them before her eyes settled on Naruto. You look very familiar, she said as she walked closer before she glanced at Minato. Are you related to Minato? She asked, making the others look at her. They couldn't believe she was so dense, but then they looked at Naruto and things started to sink in. Yeah, Naruto said, looking down at her, as she looked him in the eye. How? Was all she asked. Naruto glanced at Minato, who gave a small nod. Naruto looked back at Kushina, who was waiting for his answer. He's my dad. Naruto watched as Kushina spun around and looked at Minato, who was standing in his place with his arms crossed in front of him. We should get settled in and start working on our way home, Temari said. Do you happen to know of any jutsus that could do this? She asked Kushina, who thought for a minute. I remember my father telling me a story about the Uzumaki family secrets. He said that my ancestors created a lot of jutsus that were forbidden to be used. They were taken to the clan vaults and sealed in a special vault in there. But that's all in the Whirlpool Village and you need Uzumaki blood to get in. Naruto ran his hand through his hair and groaned, making everyone look at him. That's how he got it. He closed his eyes, cursing himself. Naruto, what are you talking about? Sakura asked him. Remember I told you I fought Sasuke when I was gone? She nodded. I was in the vaults when we had that fight. I got away, but he must have gone back after he was healed. I never closed it when I left. Naruto, closing the vault should have been the last thing on your mind, Sakura told him. Why? Kushina asked. Why would sealing the secrets of the Whirlpool Village be last on your mind? How did you get in the first place? You have to have Uzumaki blood, she said, watching as Naruto looked at her. Naruto was in a fight with our old teammate and was nearly killed, Sakura told her. How did you get in? Kushina asked and looked at Naruto. You have to be from the Uzumaki Descent. And I am, Naruto told her as she glanced at Minato before back at Naruto. Who is your mother? She asked as Naruto looked at her. Her dark blue meeting his bright blue. You, was all he said. She looked at him a minute before she turned and looked at Minato, who had a slight smile. Could you get into the vaults again? Kaori asked Naruto, making Kushina looked at him. If that's where they're stored and that's how your old teammate got the jutsu, then it should still be there right now. He shrugged. Yeah, I know how to get in, I just don't know where it would be, Naruto said as Kushina looked at him and signed. I do. I'll go with you to the vaults of the Whirlpool Village. I know where these jutsus were stored, she told him. Minato, take a large team with you, the third told him. If this is as powerful as it seems, you will want to have as much protection and help as possible. Minato nodded and looked at Kaori, who nodded. Well, rest for a day and head out in the morning the next day, he told them. It should give everyone plenty of time to rest and be prepared for anything. Naruto and his group nodded. Alright, let's go to my place and get settled in. He stopped in his tracks and looked at them. It's probably a good idea that you aren't seen by anyone. We don't want to cause any more problems for you. They all nodded and started across the roofs of the village to not be seen. Kushina and I'll stop by in the morning and we can figure out a plan, Minato told Kaori before he gave a nod and took off after the others. Akemi? Kaori asked, walking into the house. Moments later, a young woman walked out of the kitchen with a smile. Akemi, we're going to have some people stay with us for a bit. They are passing through and the Hokage wants Minato, Kushina, and I to help them out with something. It's nice to meet you, she said as she looked at them all with a bright smile. Naruto looked at Sakura, who was trying to keep a smile on her face. Kaori also watched his daughter try to pretend like she was happy to be here. I'm Akemi Haruno. She introduced herself. This is Shikamaru, his wife Temari, Kiba, Hinata, Naruto, and his wife Sakura. Kaori introduced. And you remember Kakashi? He's good friends with them, so he's going to stay with them so they'll settle into the village easier. Akemi nodded with a small smile. Kaori, why don't you show them where they can sleep while they're here? It's very late and I'm sure you're all very tired, he nodded as she walked into the kitchen again. Kaori told them to follow him and he showed Kakashi, Kiba, and Hinata to a rather large room at the top of the stairs. Shikamaru and Temari were in a smaller room next to it, and Naruto and Sakura were in the room that would become hers after she is born. Kaori walked into the room with Naruto and Sakura. I know it's got to be tough with everything. Being here with Akemi after what happened between you, here with me even though you never got to know me. I'm glad you came back though. Now you can get to know me at least. He smiled and looked at Naruto. And I get to know my son-in-law. Naruto smirked. I am glad we are able to get to know everyone, but it all feels wrong. Sakura told him. I should grow up with you and be able to ask you and mom things and all. You should have walked me down the aisle at my wedding. I shouldn't have to get to know you in only a few days even before I was born. At least it's something. Naruto said, making her turn to him as he smirked down at her. I mean, you'd get to see your mom really happy and you get to see your dad. It might be the wrong way to see things, but at least we won't have to wonder anymore. I'm sorry, Naruto. She trailed off as he took a step forward and ran his hands over her arms. She gave a smile and took a breath, before turning back to her father with now a genuine bright smile. Naruto's right. No more wondering. She told him, making him smile. Well, I'll leave you to rest. We have to get a lot done tomorrow to be able to leave the next day. Kaori told them and watched them nod before he left them alone. Sakura turned and wrapped her arms around Naruto's middle and hugged him. What's this for? He asked with a smirk. He really didn't care, he always loved feeling Sakura against him. For helping. She said before she pulled away to grab one of his scrolls from his backpack. Releasing the seal, she took the pajamas and changed quickly as Naruto did the same into his sweatpants and black t-shirt. Good night, Naruto. She whispered, giving him a sweet kiss and lying down on the mattress beside him. He kissed her cheek and laid there holding her as she fell into a deep sleep. He stared at the ceiling trying to will sleep to come, but it never did. An hour later, he untangled himself from Sakura and climbed out onto the roof where he found Kaori sitting. What are you doing up? Kaori asked Naruto. Naruto shrugged as he walked over and sat beside his father-in-law. Can't sleep? It happens sometimes. Naruto shrugged. You seem good for her. Kaori said softly, making Naruto look at him. She loves you. He stated as Naruto gave a small nod. You love her too. More than anything. Naruto told him before looking out at the village. I had a crush on her since the first time I saw her in the streets with her mom. We wound up at the academy together, and besides doing the pranks and being the class clown to get attention from the village, it always made her pay attention to me. Even if it was to just yell at me. Naruto chuckled. We were put on the same team and went through so much stuff. He shook his head. Somewhere in there we fell for each other. Well, from what I've heard and seen from you, you seem like the perfect man for her. He smiled. I'm glad even after everything she was put through that she was able to find you. And I'm not just saying that because you're my best friend's son. He laughed, making Naruto chuckle. Can't sleep again, Naruto, they heard, making them glance at Kakashi as he walked over. Would have thought you'd be at the monument or the memorial stone. Didn't want to go too far. Don't know when things will start messing up. Naruto shrugged and leaned back onto his back as Kakashi took a seat on the other side of Kaori. Why aren't you sleeping, Kakashi-sensei? Sleep is evading me tonight. was all Kakashi said. Sakura asleep, he asked as a side note. Yeah, she's still worn from healing and fighting earlier, even if she doesn't want to admit it. Kamara can feel it. Kakashi nodded. Who is this Kamara you're talking about? Kaori asked. The Kyuubi. Kakashi told him. There was a war in our time, and while Naruto was fighting 7 of the tailed beasts, he was able to gain more power from the Kyuubi. Turns out each one have a name, and Kamara is the name of the Kyuubi. Kaori looked at Naruto, who was now staring up at the stars as if deep in thought. So the Kyuubi has a name? He asked his son-in-law. Yeah. Naruto sat up. He can't settle down. I think I'm going to take a walk. He told them before jumping away. Where's he going to walk? Kaori asked Kakashi. There are a few places he goes when the Kyuubi is restless. Most of them Sakura is the only one who knows. He'll be back after he relaxes a bit. Kakashi reassured the man. We better get rest as well, or we will be too exhausted to plan our mission for the scroll in the morning. Kaori nodded before they two headed back into the house to get rest for the night. The next morning Naruto walked down the stairs to see everyone in the kitchen around a large table. They were talking and throwing jokes back and forth as he walked in. About time you woke up, Temari said with a smirk before she looked at her husband. You're worse than this lazy man. Shikamaru rolled his eyes as Naruto smirked and walked over to Sakura. Yeah, Kiba grinned. You two were the last ones up. Busy night? He asked, making everyone look at him. Sakura glared at him as Naruto looked at Sakura, debating if he would have to stop her from killing him or not, and Temari hauled off and hit him. What? He asked. Sakura made a move to walk around the table when Naruto reached out, grabbing Sakura's shoulders and pulling her back to him. Kill him after we figure this out, Naruto told her. It would help to have a tracker on the team. Kakashi added as Sakura glared at Kiba a minute more before turning to the counter where there was extra food. Naruto followed her as she started making a plate for him, only to stop and give another death glare at Kiba as he mumbled about how lucky Naruto was to have such a wonderful wife. Kakashi sighed as Naruto took Sakura's attention away again. Kiba, it would be wise if you kept your mouth shut for a while, Kakashi advised. Or I might just kick your ass, Temari warned, making Kiba laugh. Yeah, right. Naruto and Sakura walked back, taking the last 2 seats. Like you could do anything. Naruto shook his head. You keep talking, Sakura's gonna show you everything Granny taught her and more, and you're on your own. I'm not that stupid to get in front of her then, he told his friend, who glanced at Sakura, who smirked. Are they always like this? Kaori asked Kakashi, who just signed and gave a nod. Can Sakura and Temari really kill him? He wondered, making Naruto chuckle at the comment. What? Kakashi-sensei, it might be beneficial if we showed them what we are capable of, so when we are traveling they don't have to worry about if we can hold our own, Sakura offered. Naruto looked at her. The only place we can do our stuff is the Forbidden Forest. Minato and the others looked at him confused. Even at home we have to train in there. Unless you actually control your jutsus, she replied as he rolled his eyes. She looked at Kakashi, who turned to Minato. It might give you an understanding as to what we can do. We should get the scrolls first before we sit and relax, Shikamaru said. We don't know what Sasuke did. We need to figure things out before we relax. Kushina agrees. We can set out in the morning, Minato said. It will give us to get everything worked out. Naruto, Sakura said, making him and the others look at him. Did you bring any of your jump scrolls? Naruto sat back into the chair. No, I left them at home. We were only going to see Gaara. He shrugged. I can make a few scrolls, but I doubt many of them would help with this. Why is that? Kaori asked his son-in-law. Because all of the stuff Naruto makes is not supposed to be used in battle, Temari said, rolling her eyes. What do you mean? Kaori asked, confused. Naruto glanced at Sakura, who sighed and shook her head. Sakura walked closer to the table where she put her hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto has always been a prankster. She looked at Naruto for a moment before looking back at Kaori, Minato, and Kushina at the end of the table. We should be fine with a few extra kunai. Then relax and take a breath, we'll leave tomorrow morning. Minato repeated himself. Temari stood and looked at Shikamaru. I think I'm going to take a walk in the Forbidden Forest, she said. Guess that means I'm going too. Shikamaru sighed as he stood up. Hinata stood up. Mind if we go with you? She asked as Temari shook her head with a smile. Naruto, Sakura, are coming too? Naruto shook his head. No, I think we're just going to stay here. Have a good walk. Sakura answered for the both of them. Kakashi-sensei, what about you? I would be of more use here, Kakashi said, shaking his head as Shikamaru, Temari, Hinata, and Kiba left with Akamaru. Everyone looked at Naruto as he mumbled under his breath, probably to read those Ika books. Sakura rolled her eyes at him before she took Shikamaru's seat. Ika books? Minato asked. You mean the ones Jiraiya-sensei write? Naruto nodded as Minato looked at Kakashi and Kushina rolled her eyes. Kakashi, you read them? It was something I picked up from you, Kakashi admitted. You read them too? Naruto asked as he screwed up his face in disgust. How can you read that stuff? It doesn't even make sense. Kaori, Minato, and Kushina looked at him as Kakashi sighed and Sakura rolled her eyes. Naruto, she sighed, making him look at her. You are so dense sometimes. She shook her head as Minato smirked, watching the two. Kaori smiled as he watched a smile break across his daughter's face. Come on, let's go. She stood up and grabbed his shirt to pull him to his feet, making him follow behind him. Where are they going? Akemi asked, watching Naruto and Sakura turn to walk up the stairs as she walked into the kitchen. Probably to go over when scrolls Naruto has and then to find somewhere to train a bit, Kakashi explained. Naruto and Sakura are not your average couple. They've been through a lot. We're going to Naruto's training ground, Sakura said as she and Naruto walked back down with their packs on, walking out of the door. Naruto's training ground? Kaori asked Kakashi. It's a training ground that only Team 7 know about. It's where Naruto took his Rasengan and combined it with his wind element. He combined the Rasengan and his element? Minato asked, surprised. Kakashi nodded. He created his Rasen Shuriken when he was 16. Minato thought about it a moment. They will most likely be training if you would like to see their moves. The three other adults gave nods before getting up to go watch Naruto and Sakura after saying goodbye to Akemi. They arrived to see Naruto and Sakura pushing away from each other, sliding to a stop not far from the other, breathing heavily. They watched as Naruto crouched a bit and jumped from the ground seconds before Sakura punched the ground, creating a huge crater. Naruto flipped and landed on the branches of the nearest tree. He started to glow a bright yellow. Using Kurama's chakra is not fair, Naruto, Sakura yelled at him. Using your superhuman strength on your husband isn't fair either, he yelled back. So using the Kyuubi chakra on your wife is okay, but I can't use my strength on my husband? She asked before she saw his silly grin slide across his face. You sneak up on me dash. She was cut off by a futon shuriken flying from behind her. She turned in time to see Naruto blocking it from hitting her. Kakashi and the others stood confused as Naruto and Sakura got ready to defend themselves from whatever would come next. There was a deep laugh. Well well well. Look who I found. Sasuke chuckled as he walked out, into the clearing. What are you doing here, Sasuke? Naruto asked. In case you didn't realize, you don't protect this place anymore. My team and I can go anywhere we please. We can do anything we please without you getting in the way. You have no help here, you will die. He glared at Naruto and then turned his eyes to look at Sakura. Starting with you. He called before he threw more shuriken only to be blocked by Naruto. Suddenly Suigetsu and Yugo came from opposite sides, charging at them as Naruto gave a half growl as he took off at Sasuke while Sakura punched the ground, creating an even larger crater in the ground. Kakashi was gone in an instant and beside Sakura blocking a hit from Suigetsu. "Kakashi-sensei," was all Sakura said before she was pulled back into her fight with Yugo. Kushina and Kaori arrived to help Sakura while Minato went to Kakashi, giving Sakura the split second that Yugo was distracted to make contact with his face. She used as much chakra as she could in one punch to slam him into the ground. Kaori had to stop and look at his daughter as she slowly pulled back and stood up looking at her opponent. She looked over to see Kakashi and Minato had found a way to push Suigetsu back before they heard the roar, "Sasuke!" Suigetsu took the moment to escape as everyone looked at Naruto pulling more and more of Kurama's chakra. "Sakura!" Kakashi trailed off looking at the blood dripping from both men, but they continued to fly through technique after technique, attack after attack. Naruto spun with yet another attack including 3 shadow clones, knocking Sasuke flying back into the trees. Sakura charged forward to Naruto screaming, "Naruto! Naruto, stop!" she said as she came to him. "Have to end this," he told her as he turned to go after Sasuke only to have Sakura reach out, grabbing his arm. He turned his blue, slided eyes on her. "Naruto Uzumaki. You listen to me," she demanded as the others moved closer. "You are hurt badly and I know how you are when fighting. You need to have your wounds healed." He glanced off in the direction of Sasuke. Sakura shook her head. "Him and his companions are already gone. One will have massive damage to their body from my punch and Sasuke is wounded majorly from your attacks. Nearly as bad as you. Now let me heal you before you ps-. She was cut off as the yellow faded. They all felt the Uri chakra receding seconds before Naruto collapsed. Sakura caught his weight and eased him to the ground as the others crowded around. "Sakura!" They heard, making them turn to see Temari, Shikamaru, Kiba, Hinata, and Akamaru running over. Hinata knelt on the other side of Naruto and she started healing the smaller injuries as Sakura focused on the major ones. "Sakura, what happened?" Temari asked. "Naruto and I were training," she said hurriedly. "We were pushing on to our reserves and Sasuke and his group showed up and attacked." Sakura never took her eyes from Naruto. "Reserves?" Hinata asked as she turned her Byakugan on. "Sakura," she gasped. "I'm fine, Hinata," Sakura said sternly, focusing all her energy on Naruto. Kakashi walked closer and knelt beside Sakura, who continued to work. "Sakura, your chakra." She looked away from Naruto to look at her teacher. "I know how far I can stretch my chakra. You know better than anyone how far I have stretched it. You also know how far Naruto pushes himself." Kakashi could only look at her a minute before glancing at Naruto the back to her with a slight nod. "Don't push it too far," Kakashi warned and saw Sakura nod before she went back to healing Naruto's major wounds. After another minute of everyone watching, Sakura pulled her chakra back and gave a small smile. "He just needs to recover his chakra and the blood he lost." She put her hand on his chest before everything went black around her. Kakashi caught her as she lost consciousness and shifted her so he could carry her in his arms. "Kiba dash." Yeah. Kiba interrupted him as he looked at Shikamaru, who sighed. The two men bent down and each grabbed an arm, pulling Naruto up between them. "They going to be okay?" Kaori asked, looking at Sakura worried. "They'll be fine," Kakashi told him. "Sakura is the best healer," Temari said. "She even rivals Tsunade-sama. She's been healing Naruto for years, she knows how to make him better. She's passed out before because of this," Kakashi added. "Naruto is always hurt, so she's always using over her chakra to heal him." He looked at the two men. "Let's get them to bed. Hinata, I want you to run over them and keep an eye on their chakra systems." Hinata nodded and the group took the husband and wife back to the Haruno household to let them rest. Naruto started to wake up, the fog clearing slowly as his blue eyes opened and he looked up seeing a white ceiling above him. Shooting up quickly he heard a groan of pain from beside him as well as his name. Naruto. He looked to one side and found Hinata worried with Minato, Kushina, Kaori and Kakashi standing off to the side. Naruto lay down. What happened? He asked. You and Sasuke got into another fight. Kakashi said as he moved closer with the others. Sakura healed you but it exhausted her. Naruto turned and looked at Sakura lying on the bed beside him with a look of pain on her face. Naruto leaned onto his elbow and smoothed a hand over her cheek. Sakura-chan. He whispered. Naruto, you need more sleep. Hinata told him, and to her and Kakashi's surprise he just laid back down closing his eyes, and almost instantly Sakura pulled herself closer, putting her head on his chest as they both slept once again. Hinata, how are their chakras? Kakashi asked her. She turned her Byakugan on and looked over Naruto and Sakura gasping. What's wrong? Kaori asked as he walked a bit closer. Hinata paused before shaking her head. It's nothing. Their chakras are recovering but slowly. She explained. They should be fine with some sleep. I'll check their chakras again in a while. She stood up and excused herself. How are they? Temari asked seeing Hinata walk into the room. They are recovering. Naruto woke up for a minute but went back to sleep. Temari, can I talk to you for a minute? She asked. Temari looked at her confused but nodded and followed her into the other room. Hinata turned and looked at her. When I was checking their chakra She trailed off looking down. Hinata, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with their chakra? Temari asked worried. No. Hinata shook her head quickly. Hinata, what's wrong? Temari was confused now. Hinata took a slow breath before continuing. When I checked their chakra I found. She looked down again. Another chakra. Well, there are 2 of them. Temari said, confused as to what she was trying to say. No. Temari, there were 3 chakras. Temari looked at her as it sunk in. What do I do? You have to tell them. Temari said as she started smiling. I mean, if we wind up in a fight or something, you have to tell them what you found. Who found what? Asked Kaori as he and the others walked down the stairs and into the living room. The 2 women turned and looked at the 4 older ninja trying to think of something to say. What? He asked looking between them. It's nothing. Temari shook her head. She said pointing between herself and Hinata. Shouldn't say who found what until who tells who what. The others looked confused but decided not to push it, walking into the kitchen to the 2 men and Akamaru. Kakashi stopped at the doorway and walked back over to the 2 women. What's going on? He asked. Hinata looked at Temari looking for help. Hinata, you gasped when you were looking at their chakra, and now you're talking about finding something. We need to all be on the same page if we're going to be watching each other's back. The 2 women looked at each other before looking back at him. Hinata looked down. I saw another chakra. She glanced up at Kakashi, who looked at her a bit confused. A 3rd chakra. She clarified and watched as understanding crossed Kakashi's face. Sakura's pregnant? He asked and watched the 2 nod. I told her we should tell them. Temari said, watching Kakashi as he glanced at the doorway to the kitchen before looking at the 2 women. As soon as Sakura wakes up, tell her. Kakashi said after thinking a moment. Let her tell Naruto. They nodded in agreement and the 3 went into the kitchen to wait for Sakura to wake up. 3 hours later Sakura walked in slowly. It's about time you woke up. Kiba laughed. Naruto's always causing you problems. Hinata stood up quickly with Temari. We'll be right back. Temari said quickly before grabbing Sakura's arm and pulling her behind her and Hinata. The others looked at each other curious and noticed Kakashi sitting back thinking quietly. They heard the door shut. What's going on, Kakashi? Minato asked him. There's nothing to worry about. Kakashi responded with a small smile. When my wife looks that happy, there's plenty to worry about. Shikamaru mumbled. Kiba nodded in agreement. Shikamaru's right. Even Hinata looked really happy. You will find out soon. Kakashi told them. They need to discuss something with Sakura first. They looked at him confused before Naruto walked into the room. Where's Sakura? He asked groggily. She went outside with Hinata and Temari. Kiba told him. How do you feel? Kushina asked him. You used a lot of chakra and had some bad wounds. Naruto smirked. I'm fine. My chakra recovers fast and Sakura knows how to fix me up. Of course she does, she's been doing it for years. Shikamaru said, making Kiba chuckle as Naruto rolled his eyes and walked out to find Sakura. I thought you said to leave the three alone? Naruto walked around the side of the house to see Sakura smiling brightly as she pulled away from hugging the other two women. Naruto. She smiled brightly. Kakashi-sensei said you were out here. What are you guys doing? He asked, confused. Hinata looked down with a slight blush as Temari smiled at him. Sakura grabbed the front of his shirt and pulled him closer to kiss him. Pulling back, he saw her still smiling. What was that for? He asked. For you going to be the best dad in the world? She said and watched the confusion on his face as he tried to process what she had told him. Slowly she saw it register and his blue eyes lit up as he smiled. He wrapped his arms around her waist, lifted her up and kissed her as he spun them around. He set her back down with a huge smile as she laughed at him. So, you're happy? She asked with a bright smile. Forgetting about their company, he bent and kissed her deeply, pulling back with a grin hearing the Temari laugh. They looked over and saw Hinata looking away with a blush and a slight smile as Temari smiled at them. I think he's more than happy, Sakura. Temari smiled. Sakura looked at Naruto, who stood beside her with a silly grin on his face. I think you're right, she said, still watching Naruto, who couldn't wipe the grin from his face. We'll be inside. Shikamaru's probably trying to figure out what's going on. Temari smiled at them before she and Hinata left the two alone. Naruto looked at the smile on Sakura's face and couldn't help but kissing her again. I know we wanted to wait until after we settled things with Sasuke, she said. Naruto shook his head. Sakura-chan. He stopped her. I'm so happy, I couldn't care less about Sasuke. She looked up into his blue eyes, locking with her green ones. I love you. Sakura pulled him towards her again, kissing him. Pulling back, she smiled up at him. I love you too, Naruto. She gave him a quick kiss. What about the others? She asked. They have to focus on getting the scroll and getting home, he said and watched her smile. Let's keep this between us until we have the scroll and we're about to go home. Naruto nodded. Temari told me that her and Hinata talked to Kakashi-sensei about what to do. They're the only ones who know. Well then, let's go in there so that they don't start grilling them for answers. He kissed her quickly before they walked back into the house. Sakura shut the door behind them. She turned and grabbed Naruto's shirt, pulling him back to her, and kissed him. Both pulling back with smiles on their faces. So what were you two doing? Kiba asked with a smirk, making them look at him and the others who had walked to the doorway to the kitchen. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck with a chuckle. We had to talk about something, if you must pry into our lives, Kiba. Sakura told him before she walked past him and into the kitchen where Temari, Hinata, Shikamaru, Kakashi and Akemi who had come home from the village. Are you two hungry? Akemi asked as she stood up to make them food. Thank you. Sakura smiled at her. Would you like some help? She turned and looked at Naruto with a smile. You hungry? He nodded and she turned back to Akemi. Why don't Naruto and I cook dinner for tonight? You made breakfast for everyone and cooked last night. Naruto? Cook? Kiba started to laugh as Naruto leaned against the counter as Sakura smiled at him. Naruto is a wonderful cook, she told him. Naruto, come help me. Naruto nodded and pushed off the counter to walk around and help her start cooking dinner. Kushina walked over with a smile. Would you two like some help? If you would like. Sakura told her as the others took their seats around the table to talk and watch as Naruto and Sakura started moving around the kitchen with Kushina. This is nice to have company, Akemi said as she leaned over, laying her head on Kaori's shoulder. Naruto glanced up from what he was doing before looking at Sakura, who had stopped mixing to stare at her parents. Naruto walked over and wrapped his arms around her, resting his chin on her shoulder. Maybe this will help her, he whispered to her as he wrapped his arms around her to rest his hands on her abdomen. Sakura smiled and nodded. She hoped that maybe once word got out that she and Naruto were going to have a baby, her mother would want to be a part of its life and try to work things out. Things will work out. They always do. She shifted a bit to be able to look in his eyes. Promise? She asked, making him look deep into her worried green eyes before he nodded. Promise. He grinned and kissed her. Hey, you too. Temari called, making everyone look at Naruto and Sakura as they looked at her. I don't need all that in my food. Sakura laughed and pulled out of Naruto's arms to finish cooking as he just turned back to what he was supposed to be doing. An hour and a half later, they were all in the kitchen eating, talking, and joking. So, how did you all meet? Akemi asked. Kiba, Shikamaru, Sakura, Naruto, and me went to the academy together, Hinata said. I met Naruto when he saved me from a couple bullies right before we went into the academy, the others I met there. I met everyone at the academy. Kiba shrugged as Shikamaru agreed. I met everyone during the Chunin exams. Temari smiled and looked at Naruto. Naruto was actually the one who turned my youngest brother around and the reason a lot of people are friends now. Naruto grinned and shrugged. So then you were all friends in school? Akemi asked as they looked at each other. Sakura shook her head. Not exactly. Hinata was very shy and stayed to herself. Shikamaru, Kiba and, she looked at Naruto with a smirk, Naruto were the lazy ones, always in trouble for something. And you were the good girl who did everything she was told. Kiba told her as she smiled. Always in trouble? Minato asked, looking at Naruto, who was ginning, remembering his childhood pranks. Naruto was the troublemaker, Kakashi started. Always a prank to share with the village. You painted the Hokage monument, if I recall right. He looked at Naruto, who chuckled. Naruto, Kushina said disapprovingly. Why would you paint that? Naruto stopped laughing as his friends fell silent. He looked at her before shaking his head. I was a kid. He stood up with his plate. I'm going to see if I can put together a few more things to help against Sasuke. He put his plate in the sink before walking up the stairs to Sakura's bedroom. Minato, Kushina, and Kaori watched as Sakura took a small breath, pushing her chair out. I'll go talk to him, she said softly before leaving to follow him up the stairs. What happened? Kushina asked. Did I say something wrong? No. Kakashi shook his head. Kiba and the others stood. I think we're going to go train a bit in the yard. We're going to need to be sharp if we run into Sasuke again, Temari said, leading the other three ninja out so the older ninja could talk. Why is everyone leaving so unhappy? Akemi asked, confused. They know about Naruto's past. They know what happened and they know he doesn't like to talk about it. Kakashi started to explain. Why wouldn't he want to talk about it? Akemi was confused. Naruto uses his past as obstacles he overcame. He sees it as what it is, the past. He was mistreated a lot as a child, there was no one to take care of him as he grew up. Lord Jiraiya was on missions looking for Orochimaru and I was on missions with the ANBU. He pushes all the bad things aside and remembers the good. Uses it to strengthen himself and to keep moving. What exactly happened to him? Kushina asked, not knowing if she really wanted him to answer the question. If you want the answers you should talk to Naruto, or even Sakura. He's bound to have told her. I only heard rumors in my short times back in the village. Kakashi pushed back from the table and stood up. What about the others? Kaori asked. They had good childhoods. No stories that I would know, you would have to ask them directly. Kakashi answered. I'll be in the yard with the others. The others nodded as he left the room and Akemi started cleaning up. Minato was sitting back in his chair thinking as Kushina leaned on the table and Kaori sat a bit hunched. Naruto sat at the desk looking over a few of his scrolls he brought with him while Sakura slept on the bed. He sat back and sighed before he made his way to the window. He opened it and went to the roof. He was surprised to see his father sitting with Kaori both talking softly. Kaori glanced over and smirked. Can't sleep again? He asked. Naruto nodded as he took a seat next to his father. Just going over some things to stop Sasuke. Naruto told him. So you're a very strong ninja in the future? Minato asked after a moment of silence. Naruto smirked and gave a nod. Kakashi and your friends told us a bit about when you were a kid. I have to say I'm surprised you turned out like this rather than bent on revenge and angry at everyone. Yeah, well, I did what I could. Naruto leaned back to look up at the stars. Besides, it's not all bad. I did make friends and I got Sakura. He smiled. I told you last night, I'm glad for that. Kaori smiled as Naruto grinned. Kakashi told us how you two were growing up. Minato said. Sounds like you two were complete opposites. We were. Naruto agreed. We still are. Sakura said, making all three turn and look at her as she walked over with a blanket wrapped tightly around her shoulders. Sakura-chan, why are you up? Naruto asked as she walked closer. Same as you. Naruto looked at her and furrowed his brow. She was lying. He could see it in her green eyes. Minato and Kaori watched as Naruto shook his head looking at her. Sakura. He said as she sighed and sat beside him, making him sit up. What's wrong? He asked, a bit worried. It's nothing. She waved off his concern. Naruto pushed to his feet and held out his hand to her, making her stand back up and walk with him. The two fathers sat in their places and looked back out at the village, wondering what was going on. They didn't have to wonder long. Naruto was back in a half hour to sit back down with a heavy sigh. She okay? Minato asked his son. Yeah, just a bad nightmare. Naruto said, looking up at the stars again. Lost in thought. What were they about? Dreams are a good way for the unconscious to tell a person what's bothering them. Kaori explained. Yeah. Naruto nodded. It's just some dreams about Sasuke. What do you mean? He asked his son-in-law. She's just having dreams about what he could do. She's fine and back to sleep now. Naruto said, trying to steer away from the subject. You seem reluctant to talk about them. Minato observed. Kakashi walked over to them. Has anything to do with earlier? Kakashi asked as he stood by Naruto's head and looked down at him. Naruto nodded. The sooner we get things handled, I think the better for everyone. Set her mind at ease with what's coming. Naruto nodded again. What's going on? Kaori asked, curious. What happened earlier? What's going to be happening? He asked and watched Naruto and Kakashi look at each other. It's your news to say, Naruto. Kakashi told him as he sat up and looked at his father and father-in-law. Just be careful, if this gets out to Sasuke. He trailed off and Naruto nodded. I think I'm going to go to bed and make sure Sakura's okay. Naruto said, standing up with a sigh. Night. The others bid him a good night before looking at Kakashi. What is it? Kaori asked. What do you know that he seems bent on not sharing? Kakashi shook his head. I only know because of the decision-making. It's not for me to tell anyone. I am simply here to help when advice is needed on paths to take. You're starting to sound like Minato. Kaori laughed. I was taught by him. It would be natural to gather things from my lessons. He replied with a smile and looked at his old teacher as he sat thinking through things, trying to figure out the big secret on his own. We are leaving early tomorrow, so I think it is best we get our sleep so we can all be well rested for the journey, he suggested. Kazu and Rin will be joining us as well. Kaori informed him, making him pause and then nod before leaving the two friends alone once again. What do you think? He asked Minato. It could be a number of things. I'm sure they'll tell us eventually. The time is just not right for us to know, Minato told his friend with a smile. Of course not. Kaori rolled his eyes with a chuckle before they both fell silent. Kaori gave a soft sigh to break the silence before he spoke. I'm glad she got your boy. He looked at his friend. I've talked to him a couple of times. He seems like a great kid even though he went through a lot growing up. Wouldn't expect anything less from your son. Minato smiled and nodded at his friend. Naruto has grown up really great despite what he went through, and for the record it's a good thing he found your daughter. She is very beautiful. Kaori smirked and nodded. She is, isn't she? I'm really glad this happened. She's turned out really great. Smart and powerful. He grinned. Your son is a brave one. He laughed, making Minato chuckle. I'm glad we could meet them and see how they turned out, even if we don't get to see it or remember it once they're gone. He sighed sadly. We'll just have to make the most out of what we have and carry one. Minato told him. I think it's time I get back to Kushina. Like Kakashi said, we need our rest. Kaori nodded before the two went back to their wives for the night to await their mission in the morning. Kiba sat on Akamaru's back as they flew through the trees beside Naruto, with Kushina slightly behind them, followed by the others as they ran towards the old whirlpool vaults. Naruto and Kushina dropped to the forest floor and walked as the others followed suit. He looked at his mother as she looked around, a bit sad at what her village had been brought to, all because of their advanced knowledge of jutsus. There are survivors, Naruto told her. You actually told me that when I was working to control Kamara, the Kyuubi. The survivors spread out throughout the entire world, he told her, making her give a small smile. Naruto. They heard, turning to see Sakura walking over to a large pillar that blended in with its surroundings. This the entrance? She asked as he and his mother walked over. Yeah, this is the place. He pulled his kunai and cut his hand open to let it bleed before dripping it into the center of the Uzumaki spiral. Kushina watched as the doors opened and he smirked. Everyone will have to stay here. Naruto and I are the only ones permitted. Anyone without the Uzumaki blood will be killed. We were very good with our jutsus, especially the ones we used to protect. The others nodded as she turned to look at Naruto, who was getting his hand healed by Sakura before they went into the vaults. Be careful, Sakura told Naruto as he smirked and turned, walking into the vault followed by Kushina. You know where this scroll would be by chance? He asked as she looked around. It should be towards the very back end, and there should be a closed-off hallway with an entrance like the one to get in there. You have to have the blood of the head of the clan. Then how are we going to get in? Naruto asked, confused. Kushina grinned at him. The beauty of being the chief's daughter. He looked at her for a minute as the words processed. You are the grandson of the leader of the land of whirlpools, Naruto. I never knew that. He smiled. Well, now you've learned something about me that not many know. Well, the first's wife and Minato. Your father. That's still strange to say, know about my bloodline. It's a good thing you came back. She laughed, making him chuckle. It's good for me to finally be able to really talk to you guys, and it's good for Sakura to get things settled with how her dad would feel about me and her, and to be able to see her mom happy again. It is very good. But I do hope to get you home very soon. I am sure you have plenty to do back in your own village rather than being stuck around here. He nodded as she stopped him. Here, she told him before he cut his hand again and did the same thing as the entrance to the vault. Within moments, he and Kushina were walking down the hallway looking at the shelves. It should be here. You found it? He asked as he went to her side. It's not here. Actually, it looks like several scrolls are missing, she said as she looked over the shelves again. Let's go talk to the others, there might be another vault to look at, she explained and started walking back out with him. From what I've heard, you had a very hard upbringing. Naruto nodded slowly. I am very happy that you turned out like you did rather than how you could have. Naruto smiled at her. Well, I had friends and people who believed in me when I was younger, and then it turned into people who counted on me to protect them. Now it's not just people, it's my friends, my wife, and any kids we're going to have. He smiled thinking about standing on the training field, teaching his young son or daughter how to fight and become a ninja when they heard a shout from the entrance. Naruto. Kushina. The voice echoed through the hall. Sakura. Naruto said before he took off with Kushina to see what was going on. They ran from the entrance and found a battle. Naruto glanced around seeing Sasuke and Orochimaru working together to fight Sakura, Kakashi, Hinata, and Rin. Off to the side, Minato, Kiba, Shikamaru, Temari, Kaori, and Kazu were fighting off Yugo, Suigetsu, Karen, Kabuto, and several of Orochimaru creations. Naruto took off to help fight Orochimaru and Sasuke. Kushina looked between everyone before jumping in to help the others. Sakura charged at Sasuke only to be flipped and thrown back. Naruto landed and caught her easily. Naruto, she said, relieved. Naruto put her on her feet and pulled his kunai. They came from nowhere, no one sensed them or anything, she told him. Did you get the scroll? It wasn't there, he told her. What? Her eyes went wide. What are we going to do? Looking for this? Sasuke asked, making them look at him holding up a scroll. It's a shame you will not be going back to protect that despicable village. He glared at Naruto before the two charged at each other faster than the others could see before they clashed. Minato turned, seeing Naruto and Sasuke pushing back and forth. Naruto started pulling Kurama's chakra as the others were forced back into battle. Sakura was trying to help fight while healing and was caught in the side by Yugo's fist, making her fly back and into a tree. Sakura! Kaori yelled, making Naruto turn to see her collide with the tree. Always knew she was weak and pathetic. Naruto growled before he clashed into Sasuke, making the old teammate laugh. Still protecting that fool? Shut up. Naruto growled at him before they pushed off each other. Sasuke looked over to see Karen to the side. Karen. Karen looked at him. Kill her. Karen pulled a kunai and started towards Sakura, who was unconscious. Naruto turned to get to her, but Sasuke grabbed him and kicked him away. Sasuke stalked over as he kicked Naruto again, making him fly through the air, even farther away from Sakura. Sakura! He yelled as Karina went in to kill her. The kunai was pushed away and she was kicked in the stomach, forcing her back several feet. She looked up to see Kushina helping Sakura back to her feet. They heard a rumble and looked over to see Naruto tackle Sasuke as they began their fight again. You okay? Kushina asked her daughter-in-law. I'm fine. That hit just knocked me for a loop, Sakura said, looking at Karen as she narrowed her eyes at them. Why are you following him again? She asked Karen. After what he nearly did to you, after he tried to test my loyalty by telling me to kill you. He had to do those things. He knew you were too weak, too pathetic to even raise a hand against me. He cares about me. You wouldn't know anything about someone really loving you, Karen told her. You need to open your eyes. Sasuke is not capable of anything but revenge and hate, Sakura told the woman. Kushina stood by her side watching. You don't know him. You still only see him from when you were children, Karen yelled at Sakura. You're not going to take him from me. He's mine. I don't want him, Sakura yelled back. I don't need to have such a horrible man around. What, he's not good enough for you? Is that it? I have a wonderful man who cares about everyone. Who loves me for me and would do anything for me. He probably just wanted someone with him and is waiting for the right one. Karen scoffed and clashed with Sakura. He will be happy once you're gone. No one's going to miss you. She glared at Sakura before Sakura pushed, separating them. My husband will be very angry and I doubt you want to be the one who to take the fall for hurting me. Sakura told her. Husband? Karen asked, confused as Sakura smirked. You think Sasuke's powerful but you haven't even seen the tip of what he can do. Sakura watched as Karen's eyes snapped to Naruto fighting Sasuke and back. That's right. And, you see, Sasuke has just pissed him off beyond belief. What do you think he's going to do to you after he kills Sasuke? Karen narrowed her eyes and ran at Sakura. He's not going to. Sasuke is more powerful than you will ever know. She yelled before the three women were battling back and forth, Sakura and Kushina working in perfect sync. The battles wore on, as Shikamaru, Kazu and Kiba were able to hold Yugo still and defeat him. Minato, Kaori, and Temari worked together on Suigetsu but they were never able to get a clean hit. Orochimaru and Kabuto pushed Kakashi, Hinata, and Rin back. Everyone was worn, as they stood all poised and ready to push forward again. You are weak. Orochimaru laughed at them. Naruto used a Rasen Shuriken and was finally able to give a direct blow to Sasuke, forcing him to fly yards away and land hard. Naruto quickly turned, sending the tailed beast sonic roar, knocking Suigetsu back, incinerating him from the pure Kurama's power. Naruto turned his slighted eyes on Kabuto. Naruto! Hinata yelled seconds before Sasuke sent a ball of flames at him, followed by a hard kick to the side of the head. They didn't have time to worry long as Kabuto sent wave after wave of jutsus at them and Orochimaru turned to the others. Temari pushed Orochimaru back and he looked around. Kabuto, he said, making the man look at him. He is weak. Leave him be. He hissed before the two disappeared in a wave of flames. The group looked around, breathing hard, wounded heavily before several went to their knees. Minato and Kakashi looked over to where Kushina was pushed out of the way by Karen, only to have Sakura right behind her with her chakra focused around her fist seconds before it collided with Karen's face. Temari stumbled over with the others. Yugo and Karen were dead, Suigetsu was incinerated by Kurama's power, and all that was left was for Naruto to finish his fight with Sasuke. Sakura looked around the clearing. Where's Naruto? The others looked at a small trail of broken trees before Sakura took off. Sakura! Kaori yelled. What is she thinking? He asked. She's thinking about Naruto. Those two are always getting themselves in trouble. Shikamaru said. We have to stop her. Temari said, worried before running after Sakura. Kiba looked at Kakashi and the others. Sakura can hold her own. Besides, her and Naruto are a deadly combination. It's not them she's worried about. Hinata told him before she followed. Worried about Sasuke? Kiba looked utterly confused as Kakashi shook his head. Well, if she's not worried about Naruto or Sakura and she's not worried about Sasuke, who is she worried about? He asked as Kakashi rolled his eyes and took off to help the two women, making the others follow him to where Naruto was hunched with Kurama's chakra flailing about him. Sakura stood beside him, her chakra concentrated purely on her fists as Sasuke stood in front of them, lightning dancing across his skin as he smirked at them. You will never beat me, Dobe. You are last and you will never get anywhere near my power. Especially with such weaklings beside you. Naruto narrowed his eyes. You should have let her die long ago, but since you can't do it. The lightning flared brightly into his right hand. I'll do it for you. He charged and there was a flash of light before everyone saw Naruto holding Sasuke's wrist with his hand as the electricity flowed into him. You won't touch my wife. He told Sasuke and watched his eyes go wide before Naruto forced a chakra arm through his abdomen. Naruto let go of him and watched him take off before Naruto dropped to the ground and was caught by Sakura. The others were shocked before they ran over to the couple. Naruto, you shouldn't have done that. You know what lightning does. They heard Sakura tell him before he grinned. Don't start. We need to get you healed so we can get that scroll from him. He reached into his pocket slowly and held up a small scroll. This one? He asked with a silly grin before he started coughing blood. Naruto. Hinata said as she knelt and started to try to heal him. Naruto, relax. The more you try to move, the worse things will be. She told him before he looked at Sakura. She's right. Sakura nodded before Kiba dropped to his knees. Kiba. You okay? She asked. I'm good. He said. Hinata, heal the others. Hinata looked at her. They have bad wounds as well, they just have them separated. Naruto will be fine, he just have a bunch of wounds. Hinata nodded and stood looking at Rin. You're a medic, right? Hinata asked and watched the young woman nod. Help me heal the others. Sakura will take care of Naruto. Rin nodded and started looking over the large gashes and holes that covered the others' bodies. Not one of them wanted to say anything with how beat up Naruto looked, but they were almost as bad with blood loss and gaping wounds. Naruto. Sakura said softly as he started closing his eyes. Naruto, stay awake a little longer. She told him. He was fighting to keep his eyes open. Kushina walked over and knelt on the other side of him as Sakura laid him flat. Naruto, you can't sleep yet. Let me get you fixed up and then you can sleep all you want when we get home. You'll fix me up good. He told her with a smirk. Always do. His eyes slid closed and didn't open again. Naruto. There was nothing. Naruto, open your eyes. You can't sleep, not yet. Open your eyes. She said, but he didn't respond. Kushina was looking nervous before they heard Hinata and the others. Kiba had just passed out with a large wound in his chest that he never told anyone about. Temari was exhausted and was fighting to keep awake long enough for everyone to get healed and to head home. She and Shikamaru's chakra were nearly depleted and there wasn't much keeping them going. What's wrong? Kushina asked, worried as she watched Sakura quickly finish healing. He's lost too much blood. Sakura said before she closed another wound and stopped the bleeding on another. She leaned closer to Naruto. Naruto. You need to open your eyes. You hear me? I'll be. If you're going to die and leave me to raise your child by myself. Kushina's eyes went wide as she looked at her daughter-in-law. Sakura. Kushina trailed off, making Sakura look at her and realize what she had just said. You're. Sakura nodded. I'm pregnant. She confirmed before looking at Naruto. And if the child is anything like its father. She looked back at Kushina. I'm in for a life of. Looking back at Naruto, her tone changed from its soft light one to one of command and a bit of anger. And I am not going to go through that alone. Naruto, you did this, you're not getting off that easy. She said before she saw a small smile on Naruto's face. I wouldn't dream of it. He whispered. Sakura smiled as she felt a rush of emotions. Open your eyes. She said and saw him crack them open. You try to leave me alone again with your child and I'll kill you myself. Got it? She saw him smile at her before she grinned. Wouldn't want you teaching me another lesson. He smirked as he slowly opened his eyes more and tried to sit up. How do you feel? Kushina asked as Kaori and Minato made their way to their side. Like I was hit by B and Gyuki. He groaned as the three adults looked at Sakura. B is the host to the 8 Tails and Gyuki is the 8 Tails. When Naruto fought in the Shinobi War, he gained control of the Kyuubi, and during his fighting he was linked with all the tailed beasts who were being controlled. Sakura started. Naruto smirked as he picked up the story. They each have a name. They told me their names and I was able to work with them and Kamara dash. The Kyuubi. Sakura clarified. To beat Kabuto and the masked guy. Now Kamara and me work together and share chakra like a few of the others did. He grinned. Well, you're going to have to tell us about the war and everything after you rest up a bit. Kushina told him with a matching grin. After we all rest. Kaori said. I think we're all wounded and beyond exhausted. For only being a few enemies, they were hard to take down. Even the great yellow flash was having troubles with that water guy. You hit him and you went right through with no damage to him. He complained. What about Sasuke? Shikamaru asked. And the scroll? Naruto held up the scroll. I took it the first time we connected. He explained. And with all the wounds he had, especially that last one Naruto gave. Sakura trailed off and looked back at Naruto. He's not going to survive. The two looked at each other with the mixture of happiness to have the threat on their lives, their friends, their village and their future children gone. But they were sad to know that they had failed in bringing their friend home, they had caused his death. You two look sad about that. Minato said, making them look at him and nod. Why? He was our friend. Sakura told him. He was like a brother to me. Naruto added. We knew there was no way to get him back, but it still hurts to remember when we were kids. Sakura explained as she looked at Kakashi and the others as they all mirrored their feelings. Well, what is in the past is in the past. There is no way to change what happened. Kushina told them. It's better to move on and look to the bright future you're going to have with that baby. Minato and Kaori looked at her before they turned back to Naruto and Sakura. Everyone was staring at the couple as they looked at each other a minute, both smiling. Are you serious? Kiba asked and watched Sakura nod. Great, now how are you going to tell Lady Tsunade that she'll have more of you to deal with, Naruto? Shikamaru asked, making Naruto grin happily. Granny will love it. He laughed. Granny? Minato asked, making Sakura laugh softly. Another story to tell you before we go home. She told her father-in-law. Looking back at Naruto, think you can make it home? Kamara has most of the wounds fixed, I'll be fine. He told her and watched as she stood and offered her hand to help him to his feet before they made their slow trip back to the village to work on how to use the scroll to get home. Everyone stood on top of the Hokage monument. Kazu and Kiba were talking while Rin and Kakashi stood to the side talking softly. Sakura was talking with Kaori, Minato, and Kushina as Naruto walked over to them, scroll in hand. The three parents watched as Sakura smiled brightly as Naruto walked to her side. You ready? He asked and saw her give a small nod. Looking at the three adults, he smirked. It was really good to be back and able to talk to you guys, but Granny's probably going crazy. And you have a lot of annoying to make up for? Sakura asked him, making him grin. I know you too well. She sighed with a smile. I'll tell the others it's time. She kissed his cheek and walked away. It's good to see you turned out really well. Kushina said. I'm glad I got to really meet you and know how great of a man you grow up to be. She smiled as Naruto smirked and nodded. I only got to talk to you guys for a little bit when I was working on controlling Kamara, but it's good to actually talk to you. He looked at Kaori. Sakura told me what her mom used to tell her about you. It's good to actually meet you. It's good to know my daughter is being taken care of. Kaori nodded. I don't think she could have picked a better man to call her husband. And the father of her kids. Kushina smiled as Naruto grinned and glanced over at Sakura. I'm so happy for you. We just got married and I'm not even pregnant, but I feel like I'm really your mother. Kushina smiled at him before she wrapped her arms around his neck and hugged him. Pulling back, Minato wrapped his arm around her waist and smiled at his son. I am very proud of who you became despite everything you went through. Couldn't be happier with the man you turned into, and I have no doubt you'll be a great father. Off to the side, Kiba and Kazu were laughing with Hinata. I was never too sure about the Hyuga clan. They all act like they are better than everyone else, almost makes me wonder if you're really from them. Kazu told Hinata, making her smile shyly. Hinata is nothing like them. She's all the best. Kiba told his father. Her cousin Niji caused a big uproar and is actually next in line, even though Hinata's from the main house. Niji's a good guy though. I'm okay with that. Hinata told the two men. Besides, I'm with you. What do I need with the Hyuga clan once we are married? Married? Kazu asked, making the two smile and nod. Well then I guess I should welcome you to the family. He chuckled as Kiba smiled at her. When's the big day? We still have a couple months left. Hinata told him. We're one of the last ones. Nothing wrong with that as long as you're happy. Kazu told her. I couldn't be happier. Kiba said, looking at Hinata as she gave him a small smile. I'm glad to hear that. Kazu grinned. Guys. Sakura said, walking over to them. Naruto has the scroll worked out. So as soon as everyone's finished saying their goodbyes. Kiba and Hinata nodded and she walked over to Kakashi and Rin. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto's here? He asked, turning away from Rin a bit to look at his old student. He's ready with the scroll when everyone's done. She told him before walking over to Shikamaru and Temari. You guys ready to go home? They both nodded. It's great being here and meeting everyone. Especially the famous fourth Hokage and all, but I think it's time to get home to our friends and our village. Temari smiled. Besides, you and Naruto have to deal with Lady Tsunade, and there's nothing that's going to make me miss that. She laughed. You might not want to be there. I don't even want to know how mad she's going to be. I'm making Naruto tell her I'm not stupid enough to. She said with a bright smile. That's a good idea, but remember, she kills him, you're on your own with this kid. Temari explained, making Sakura think a minute before smiling. But if she kills him, then she'll have to help. Sakura smiled. Really doubt that would happen. Shikamaru added. Exactly. Sakura laughed. Sakura-chan. She turned, seeing Naruto and the three adults looking at her. She turned and walked over to his side. As she stopped, Kushina was wrapping her hands around her in a tight hug. You take care of yourself and that baby. Kushina told her. I will. Sakura smiled as they pulled apart. I'll have my work cut out for me if it's anything like Naruto. She looked at him as he went to defend himself. Don't even try it, Naruto. He sighed and backed down as her father stepped forward. I know things with your mother were rough, but they will straighten out and she's going to be upset she missed so much. When you get back, try to talk to her. Tell her about how happy you are and tell her about the baby. She'll come to her senses. He told her as she teared up. You're very smart and beautiful. I'm proud of everything I hear about you. Keep up being such a wonderful person and take care of your knuckle-headed husband. Sakura started laughing as she looked at Naruto. Why does everyone think I need looking after? Naruto asked. Because you are the village's #1 hyperactive, knucklehead, unpredictable, noisy, show-off ninja. Kakashi told him. Naruto thought a minute before he grinned and shrugged. You seemed like the only teacher he ever listened to. Shikamaru said, making Naruto smirk. Let's just hope his kid is better, or you might be stuck with it too. Kakashi sighed and drooped, making Sakura smile and Naruto laugh. Don't forget the baby is half me too. Sakura added. Should be enough to calm Naruto's half. She smiled at her husband as he grinned back. Lady Tsunade's probably waiting to hear something, so we better get back to her. Naruto nodded before he walked over with the rest of the group and opened the scroll. I changed it a bit so that the price was chakra instead of lives of others. The user just needs a load of chakra. He explained before he skimmed over it and put it back in his pocket. Like you. Kushina said, making him nod. Naruto closed his eyes and they saw the chakra from the Kyuubi flowing out as he flew through the signs, and they were gone in a bright flash of light. It was nice to see how wonderful they turn out. She sighed. But it's not for long. Minato told her. We have to take everything we learned about the future and erase it from our minds. We can't know what happens, or it could change their pasts. Kushina nodded sadly. It's still nice to see them all grown up, even if we haven't met them yet. She told them before Minato flew through the signs to change and erase their memories. The group fell to their knees, breathing heavily as their vision cleared and they could see they were in the Hokage monument. Sakura looked over to see Naruto unconscious. She quickly searched him for injuries but found none as Anbu started to show up and surround them moments before Tsunade arrived. She stood in her place looking at them confused. "Happened to you?" she asked harshly. "It's a long story," Shikamaru said as he and the others slowly stood back up. "It must have pulled everyone's chakra," Hinata said softly as she made her way to Naruto. "It took a lot but it looks like it's coming back up fast," she told Sakura. Naruto slowly opened his eyes. "Did it work?" he asked, not moving from laying on the ground. "Did what work?" he heard, making him look above him before he rolled over and pushed himself up with a grin. "What is going on?" "We ran into Sasuke on the way to the sand," Kakashi said. "There was a battle and then he used a jutsu that he found from the whirlpool." "The whirlpool? That village has been destroyed for nearly 25 years," Tsunade said. "The vaults are still there. Naruto took over. Sasuke got a hold of one after we fought a couple years ago and he used it to mess with time." Tsunade looked at him as if it was one of his crazy stories. "He sent us back to before we were born." She looked at Sakura for the truth. "I'm sorry, but it's true," she told her teacher. "We had to get the scroll again and had to fight Sasuke and his group again. We got the scroll, Naruto messed with it and we came back. You might want to redo that, Naruto," Temari said, making him look at her. "Took chakra from everyone. It's not like it's going to be used again," he said. "It was created to take a life to move a life, and I changed it for chakra. Only people with huge chakra pools can use it. I think we need to lock it up," Sakura told him, making him nod. "Put it in that place." Again, he nodded, as the others looked at them confused. "Let me get this straight. You went to the sand and on the way you fought Sasuke, who sent you all as well as him and his group back in time to before you were born. Then you went after the scroll and fought Sasuke and his group again and then came back here?" Everyone nodded. "What happened to Sasuke and the others?" "They're all dead," Naruto said softly. Tsunade looked at him. She knew how much it was hurting him that he had to kill the teammate he had been trying to get back for so long. On a brighter note, Naruto and Sakura have something to share, Temari said as Kiba smirked. Sakura looked at her quickly and Naruto chuckled, putting his hands behind his head. "Well, Naruto does." Sakura put her head in her hand as Tsunade looked between the two, wondering what it is they could have to share. "Sakura and me are going to have a baby," he told her with a bright grin. Everyone watched, waiting for her to yell at him for being so cheerful and not being careful. They were waiting for the complaining about how she had to deal with one brat and did not want more like him. Instead, they saw her give a little smile and look between the two. "Let's just hope it's like its mother." She smiled at them as Naruto grinned and Sakura couldn't help the little smile to slide across her face as the others looked shocked. "Now you'll really be a granny." Naruto laughed before Tsunade made a fist and went to hit him, only to have him move. The others watched as Tsunade started yelling at Naruto and he just laughed and continued to run. They had been back a day when Naruto and Sakura walked up to the door to her parents' house. She looked at Naruto worried before he grabbed her hand and held it tight as he knocked. He was used to people yelling at him and cutting him out of their lives. He knew how to deal with it, but he knew that Sakura was completely different. The door swung open and they saw Akemi standing in the doorway, looking at them, half shocked to see them and half wondering what they wanted. "What?" she asked flatly. Sakura looked down sadly before looking at her mother again. "I would like to talk to you about everything that has been going on," she told her mother. "There are things that need to be said and things that need to be fixed." Her mother looked at her a minute before looking at Naruto. "Naruto and I were married not long ago. He is a part of my life and always will be. That is one thing we need to fix between us. Akemi stood for a minute before she moved to the side, letting them in. What do you want to say? She asked Sakura. I know you always hated Naruto because of the Kyuubi, but you can't deny they protect the village. He protects everyone and he is not the Kyuubi. Naruto is not the one who ran around the village hurting everyone and killing people close to you. He is not the one who released the Kyuubi to do those things. She looked at Naruto, who stood quietly beside her. Naruto is just the one the fourth chose as the hero. The one to take everything onto his shoulders to bear. How do you know he will not break free? Akemi asked, trying to hold an angry tone over her worry. Because the fourth picked someone who was strong. Someone he knew would be able to handle the Kyuubi and everything that came with it. And how could he have known that an infant could do this? Because he is his son. Sakura said sternly, making her mother look at Naruto. It's not supposed to be all over the village or the world because it could put him in more danger. He is the son of the fourth Hokage and Kushina Uzumaki. Akemi was still watching Naruto. And if it gets out, it will not only put him in danger, but it will put me and our child in danger as well. Akemi looked at her quickly. Your child? She asked. Sakura nodded. We were sent to the Sand Village to help work out plans for the Chunin exams, and some things happened. We found out I'm pregnant, and I would really like for our child to know at least one of its grandparents. Akemi started to tear up. Mom, I never wanted all of that stuff to happen, but I was not going to back away from Naruto. I love him, he is my husband now, and that is how things will be. If you still refuse to accept it, then that is fine. Sakura and I really want you to know your grandchild and for them to know you. My parents are gone. There's no way for them to know who they are or what they did, but they will be able to know you and know what a grandparent's love is. I know you hate me, but... Naruto trailed off, looking at Sakura. This is about Sakura and our kid. Not how you feel about me. Akemi looked between the two for a minute before she took a deep breath. You two love each other very much, don't you? They both nodded, not even needing to look at the other. The way you look at each other is the way your father and I looked at each other, and even the way Minato and Kushina looked at each other. She blinked several times to push away the tears. I don't want to lose you, Sakura. You're my daughter, I love you. I just want what's best for you. What's best for me is Naruto. She told her mother, who just nodded. So would you like to be grandma? She asked, a bit hopeful. Akemi smiled as the tears spilled over and she nodded. Sakura couldn't help the tears that ran down her cheeks as she hugged her mother tight. Akemi looked at Naruto, who was just standing to the side, and she pulled away from her daughter. I am sorry for how I have acted and treated you over the years. The Kyuubi took nearly everything from me, and when you took Sakura, I never wanted to take her. Naruto said. I always loved how you and her had a relationship. Always wished I could have had that with my parents. I never wanted anything that happened to happen. I want Sakura safe and happy. Mom, we know it will take a while before you can accept Naruto for him and not the Kyuubi, but we really want you to try, like we will try to incorporate you in as much as we can with the baby in our lives. Sakura said. I will do my best. Sakura smiled and looked at Naruto, who grinned at her and wiped the tears from her face. I wish your father was here. She whispered, not seeing the laughter in their eyes at the memories they had with his parents and her father. Well, let's go sit and talk some more. If we're going to work this out, we need to talk about everything. Naruto and Sakura nodded before following her into the living room to settle everything, once and for all. The end to this story.